started. Okay, great, great, great. And as we do with all of our sessions, we'll begin with prayer. So let's quiet our hearts and our minds. Dear Lord, thank you. Thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for the gift of change. Thank you for the growth and the maturation process that you're taking us through. Thank you for the opportunity to know that if we do not give up, that you will not give up. Thank you for everything that you've done so far, and we look forward with great anticipation to everything that is to come. We love you, we praise you, and we honor you. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, all right, all right. So we are entering into our year cycle review. This is because of the number of people on here, there will be people catching by replay, people that are new to year cycle work. And so I'm going to give an overview of what the year cycle is so that for those who are new here, you have an idea of what we're talking about. So, year cycle work can be foreign in the beginning as you're learning about it. But once you get the idea of what it is, it's a very beautiful thing. So for those who will catch this by replay, yes, this is numerology. Okay. I am Christian. I believe in numbers. Numbers do not lie. God is the best mathematician ever. I have been sprinkled, dunked, confirmed. And so this is a very safe work, if you will. So, numerology, a lot of times people, I was raised Catholic. So, a lot of times people are like, don't look to the stars, don't look to numbers, don't look to all of these things. One of the things that I like to share with people is that a lot of times people that are giving this information are not understanding what the information is to be used for. So, this information does not foresee or tell your future. It does not say that tomorrow at 3 p.m. you will run into a man with a black hat that will give you this. It's not that, okay? It is not that. Your year cycle information is probably one of the most powerful tools that you have in your possession. And in addition to your life path information. So we're discussing two different numbers here. Tonight we're focusing on the year cycle information, but you also have a life path number, okay? A life path number. And so each year cycle, this is how powerful this work is. Each year cycle gives you a foray, it gives you kind of a sneak peek at what that actual life path is. Okay, what that actual life path is. And so let's say that you're in a year cycle one. The energy that you feel in the year cycle one of new beginnings, of everything is, you're kind of trying to figure your way through it, then that is a snapshot, just a simple version of what a life path one would go through. So a life path two, when you're in a year cycle two, you can kind of get a vibe for what a life path two would feel like. So it is a very humbling process, and it really helps you to have compassion for people that are different numbers than you. Okay. So the beauty in it all is that everyone is going to hit a particular year cycle at some point. Okay. Unless you check out before, you're going to enter into a year cycle. So everyone is in a year cycle. The year cycles run from 1 to 9. So our year cycles run in 9-year groupings. And so you will start with the year cycle 1 and you will end with the year cycle 9. So where you are in the process, everyone is in a different year cycle. Some people are ending a 9 going into a 1. Some people are 1s going into 2s, and on and on. And so this is very in-depth work in that it requires you to pay very close attention to the life that you have. This year cycle work helps you to put your finger on the pulse of your life. The reason that this work was so revelatory and became so important to me was because I was at a place in my life where I was saying things like, this year looks like, have you ever had those years like it's like Groundhog Day? Like this year is just like last year, and last year's just like a continuing saga. Nothing changes. Things are, there's got to be more to life than this. And so I was recreating like the same drama over and over and over and over and over again because I was keeping myself stuck. I was keeping myself stuck. And so this LifePath, let me tell you how powerful this information was and is to me. So when I was at a place in my life, God, there has to be more than this. This cannot be everything that there is. Help me to make sense of these things. And we hear in the Bible where, you know, you're in a situation and we always taught this too shall pass. This too shall pass. And so we hang on to that because whatever we're in, we're like, okay, this too shall pass. This too shall pass. But then do you ever get to the point where you like, when is this going to pass? Like, this is like year 4 of this. Like, when is this going to pass? Like, how long does it take for it to pass? And this is where in God's infinite wisdom, this is how powerful this was. Like I said, I was raised Catholic. I've been sprinkled, dunked, confirmed, and all of that. So I had gotten to a place in my life where I was so frustrated that I turned to Google. This is how bad it got. What is my life's purpose? Like, what is the purpose of life? Like, what is like, how do people find the meaning of their life? And I'm like, oh my, has it gotten this bad? It had gotten that bad. I was low. Okay. I was low. And God was like, is this where we are? And so it was during this time period that heaven had started to work with me as it related to hearing more from heaven, understanding more of the truth of who God had created me to be, and starting to remember who I was. And in remembering who I was, one of the things that came up was I used to always say, and this was like in high school and college, God, I know I'm going to get into stuff. That's just my nature. I'm inquisitive. I'm into a lot of stuff. God, I know I'm going to get into stuff. Help me to be a quick study. Like, help me to learn what I need to learn so I can get in and out of it real fast, quick, fast, and in a hurry. Learn what I need to learn, minimize the damage, and just move on. Make me a quick study. So fast forward with me searching, this thing came up and it was called LifePath. It was called LifePath or whatever. So I looked at it and I was like, get thee behind me, Satan. I don't do this. I don't look at this. I don't do anything like that. So God was like, look at it. Your date, everything matters. Everything in your life matters. The place you were born, the time you were born, the day you were born, the parents that you were born into, the family you were born into, the city, that everything matters. Absolutely nothing is wasted in God's economy. And once I started to realize that, I wanted to learn more about what this meant. And so your birth date and all of those things mean something. All of those things have a meaning. And the reason that this work is so important is because when you put your finger on the pulse of the truth of who God has created you to be, you are no longer driven by the impulses of the world because you have a handle on who you are and what God is requiring you to do. So everyone is born for a specific reason at a specific time to do specific things. And in order to bring more clarity to that, this is why we do the LifePath work. So in discovering and learning all about this stuff, I discovered that I am a LifePath 5. And so numbers mean everything. So when you think about the world and you think about society, everything means something, but a lot of times the meanings are lost because the world doesn't want us to understand the totality of the messaging, simply because if you understand too much, then the information won't land the same way. Like, you can't be easily led. And so this is what we are, why we're doing this work, so that you can learn to think independently and to have your own information and to move in the way that heaven needs you to move. So with that being said, some of you may know what your life path number is. Some of you may not. So if you do not know your life path information and you want to know what that is, then let Cynthia know. Send her your, you can message her privately in this if you don't want your date and all of that out there, but your month, day, and year. And she will send you what your life path is. So I am a life path 5. So when I discovered my life path, I was reading through it. In reading through it, I did not write this. I did not know anything about this. And I'm reading through it, and it says you are a quick study. You remember the prayer I said I would always pray, God, help me to be a quick study. I know I'm going to get into stuff. That was one thing. The second thing it said is that I have a tendency to be basically all things to all people. And what that means is that I get along. I don't care who you are. In college, I had drug dealer friends. I had evangelical Christian friends. I had stripper pole friends. I just had friends. I just like people. I'm like, I would have drug dealer friends. I wasn't dealing drugs with them, but I knew what they were doing. I said, everything go okay last night? I mean, did y'all do what you need? Did you make what you wanted to make? Okay, good. If you good about it, I'm good too, because that's how I do. And that, for me, for the longest time, was very frustrating because I couldn't get comfortable with that part of me, because one time my evangelical Christian friends met my stripper pole friends, and I'm the common denominator. So each of them, they're looking at me like, who are you? And I'm like, but I like all of y'all. I mean, can't we all just get along? Can my evangelical Christian friends pray for my stripper pole friends? And can my stripper pole friends maybe show y'all some new moves or something? I don't know. Work together. Let's see how this works out. But because I was not comfortable with who I was feeling that something was wrong with me because I liked everybody. I really did. It didn't matter. I don't know how you hang around with them. But they're funny. They're fun. You just got to get to know them. You just got to and that was part of my life path. And so you knowing your life path is going to help you to settle into appreciating a lot of those quirky things about yourself. So that is what the life path information does for you. So it's not going to tell you that in 25 years, you're going to be this person, or in 30 years. Now that's otherworldly. That is not what this is. That is not what this is. This information is just to help you to solidify more of the truth of who you are. So that's the life path information. Year cycle information. You will find out your year cycle information in the same way. So Cynthia, when you send her your month, day, and year, she will send you your life path information, which is the number that you are for the entirety of your life. That is who you are. That's your personality. Your year cycle information is based on a 12-month period. So this is very powerful, because when you understand this too shall pass, baby, if you can make it through 12 months of your 9 years, you're going to be all right. You're going to be all right. Ask me how I know. This is my third full 9-year cycle. And so I have been through these cycles like 3 times. So I promise you, it gets better. It gets better. When I first found out about the year cycle work, I was in literally a year cycle 9. A year cycle 9 is all about closure. And when you start to think about closure and you read through the year cycles, and this is the beautiful part of this work. Once you get your year cycle, Cynthia will point you in the direction of the link of where you can read about the year cycle. I'm not going to read through the year cycles tonight. It's going to take too long. We're just going to have open dialogue, open discussion. But I say all of this to say, and the reason that we do this work in community is because I don't want y'all to fumble through it the way I did. In my year cycle 9, when I started this work, that year cycle 9 scared me so much that every day I was shaking in my boots, because year cycle 9 is all about closure. It's about things representing themselves to you so that you can close them properly. Because this was the first time I had really taken inventory of my life, and I was really trying to take control of and be responsible for my actions, that when I started to read about the year cycle 9 and all of the potential things that could happen, I was nervous because my skeletons in the closet had the potential to come out. So this work is going to work you through the process so that with each passing, you come out more cleansed and more purified. Okay. It's a purging process. It is a purging process. So this is why we do this work in community, so that you have the support that you need. All right. So that is the year cycle, like overall explanation. I started this work by myself. I did an entire 9-year cycle by myself. And when I tell you, that was just, it was, when you do your life with your eyes wide open, it's amazing, because you get to understand what was happening at a particular time. So if you're just new to this work, as you start to get the year cycles as we go through this evening, and you start to understand what each year cycle represents, you can track it back like 9 years. Like you can go back to the previous cycle. So they're running 9-year cycles. So you just backtrack and you can start to track and trace when things were, oh my gosh, this was a year cycle 4. That's why that was so hard. Oh my goodness, this was a year cycle 1. That's why that happened. So you can start to put the pieces together when you really have the information. So this is exciting work for me, okay? And prayerfully for you too. So tonight is going to be an overview. There's a part for me to do, a part for God to do, and a part for you to do. Your part, because we're doing this in enough time between now, and we're on break next week from the journal challenges. So you can't say you don't have time. You can get up at the same time you're getting up for the challenges and do this work, okay? But it is your responsibility to read through your current year cycle. You read through your current year cycle. As you're going through your year cycles, it behooves you greatly. I read my year cycle at least once a month as I'm going through the process. Because as you are growing and gathering data and putting all of the pieces together, you're going to start to see patterns. You're going to start to put, how can I put it? Put the pieces together. And it's very exciting when you start to put the pieces together and you start to realize, oh, wow, this is the flow of the year. This is what it's supposed to do. And this too shall pass. You're not going to be in a year cycle, any year cycle forever. So this is all about putting your finger on the pulse of the year cycle that you're in, okay? So that is just an overview, a very high level overview of what this work is. Now, we are moving a lot of our programs over to Skool. And because like this year's been pretty busy for me, and I know like towards the end, some of the, I don't know if we lost some of the recordings or whatever, but there's some recordings that I have to redo. But I'm doing all of that this tomorrow, and you'll have everything that you need. But we're moving the LifePath year cycle work over to Skool so that you will have a supportive community throughout the entire process. So Cynthia and I are going to make it as interactive as possible so that you can do this work in an active community, have the conversations, the dialogue, and all of that. And I'm going to do my best to make sure that I am as engaged as I need to be in that community so that you can get what you need. So for the members that are full circle and above, Cynthia will reach out to you and confirm if you want to be added to that community. And you know, you're in that because full circle and above encompasses all of that. If you are not currently a member of either of those, or you're in the $8 challenge, then that community will be an a la carte community. So you can join it for whatever that price point is. So you get to choose what that looks like, but you will have the yearly support. So we're just going to take this 1 year cycle at a time so that we can discuss what the expectations were for the year cycle and what you currently are experiencing. Now, the key is that you are radically obedient as you're moving through your year cycle to make sure that you don't miss any instructions that heaven is giving you. So the instructions that heaven will give you will be in alignment with the year cycle that you're in. So we're going to take this from the, let's see, I'm thinking it might be better to start with the 9 and move from 9 to 1 so we can kind of have a good transition point instead of starting with the 1. So for those who in a year cycle 9, and that's the year cycle that I started this work in, so I can understand what that may feel like if you're, you know, a 9 going into a 1. So how many by show of hands are in a year cycle 9 now, moving into year 1? Frida, not sure how many Alicia, Priscilla, Anna. Okay, so these are people that are currently a year cycle 9 moving into a year cycle 1. Okay, so we're going to start with 9. Now, the year cycle 9 and the site that we use currently is Christine De La Roy or De La Ray or however you pronounce her name. Oops, I'm not sure. However you say her name, but I love her work simply because she's very detailed. Her work is pretty much spot on, and I've been following her for years. So and there are other sites out there. If you find something that you like better, then go for it. The information is pretty much the same. It may be worded a little bit differently, but you have to work with what, you know, floats your boat. But the year cycle 9, to sum it up, is an entire 12-month cycle of closings. Closing things that have been lingering, things that have not been necessarily addressed, things that you know you need to do that need to be done, things that heaven needs you to do that needs to things that need to be done. Things are going to close, okay? And so by closure, this is your opportunity. And see, the reason that the year cycles, and I get this question sometimes, like, can't you close things at any time? Yes. You can close things at any time. You can begin things at any time. But the key with the year cycle work is that when you're doing it in alignment with heaven, it's going to work smoother. It's going to be a more cohesive process. You won't have that heaviness of trying to push things through. You're not going to have that heaviness of trying to do all of the things on your own. So this work affords you the opportunity to have the support of heaven. So your year cycle 9 is heaven telling you that things are going to close. So in a year cycle 9, buckle up, buttercup, because whether you wanted to or not, and this is the thing, resistance is futile. You can resist, but it makes it more difficult. Relationship, things that you have maybe forgotten about, things that you have put on the back burner, things that you were like, look, if they don't say nothing, I ain't gonna say nothing. Things that you have swept under the rug, they gonna come back. Phone calls out of the blue. Hey, you got a minute to talk? I ain't talked to you in like 10 years. Exactly. Now's the time. You've been through that 9-year cycle. Like it's 9 years. Now's the time for closure. It's your opportunity to heal relationships. It's your opportunity to end relationships. It's your opportunity to have those tough decisions. Bills that needed to be paid may come back up. Conversations that need to be had may come back up. Health issues may come up. You do not get to determine what you deal with. You only get to understand that if it comes back across your path in your year cycle 9, you need to deal with it. Because heaven is affording you the opportunity to start your next 9-year cycle as powerfully as possible. So be excited in your year cycle 9 when things represent themselves, because heaven is wanting you to get it right so that you don't have to carry it through another 9-year cycle. So you need to be excited about it. So as I said, it is your responsibility to read through your year cycle 9 on your own. We all grown. We all we're intellectuals here. Everybody's real smart. So you can read it on your own. Okay. Reading comprehension with this group is not a problem. Okay. So you're going to read it on your own. But what I want to talk about tonight is any hesitancy. You got about a week. You got about a week to get it together. So if anything that you've been hanging on to, anything that you're not trying to close, anything, you can't say that, we didn't have a year cycle review this year, so I didn't know what. You ain't gonna put it on me. Okay, so we are here now. I am giving out the message. I'm sending out the clarion call. You need to close that stuff. So for those who are in the year cycle 9, if you can give some people and those who are in an 8, listen, see, don't tune out thinking that, I'm not in a year cycle 9. It don't affect me. Oh, yes, it does. If you're in an 8, you right on the heels of a 9. So you might want to pay attention and listen. So listen to people who have already gone through it. So in my year cycle 9, my first run at the year cycle 9, I thought it was going to take me out, smooth out. Because in my year cycle 9, required that I closed all of the crazy shenanigans going on in my marriage. Like I had to face everything. I had to face everything like a champ. God was like, you gonna face this, you gonna write this letter, you gonna send it out, you gonna give it the mic, the closure began. As soon as I started that process, it was like dun, 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 like let the games begin. That year I will never forget. That's that huge journal that I showed. That was my year cycle 9. That was my year cycle 9. That one almost took me out, but it didn't. But it was all of the things that I didn't want to face about myself that heaven was bringing to my remembrance so that I could handle it and not carry it into another 9-year cycle. The key to understanding all of this is that you are responsible for the content of your life. So heaven can only work with the information that you provide heaven. So heaven isn't pulling information from anybody else's life and giving it to you. This is your own stuff. So you know what stuff you have to deal with. And so anything that comes up during these year cycles, rejoice, because heaven wants you to work with better stuff. So for those who have gone through this year cycle 9, we're getting ready to wrap it up. What are some of the things that came up for you that you had to deal with by way of closure, that you had to handle so that you can go to the next level?
Can I go?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. One, two. One, me loving myself, really learn how to love myself and do for myself like I do for others. So I
Mm-hmm.
finally had to get to really understand me. And I'm still understanding me. And two, on relationships, on relationships. When we close people out that stuff right back to me, I was like, wow, they're bringing closure. So everything closure for as far as me, relationships, and then the last one, my home. The
Mm-hmm.
closure in my home. Everything that needed to be done, I had to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
it was very interesting, but the key thing to get people to understand the powerful thing, the key thing is radical obedience. You have to be radical obedient
Mm-hmm.
for everything to come to confuse. Well, I'll say the right word. Come to pass where you could get to that next level. Radical obedience plays a very very important part of that.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
that's all I have. Keep it.
And when you read through it, you'll start to pick up on things. So the year cycle 9 says the 9 year brings significant transformation, alterations, and improvements to all areas of your life. Even though you may not immediately see the positive merits of certain situations, when the old buried emotion that was weighing you down is released, life suddenly becomes a lighter experience and is more easily understood. So the year cycle 9 is being presented to you so that you can get a better handle on your life. So a lot of things are going to cross your path, is showing you all of the work that you've done in the past. This is what you have focused on in your year cycle 9. So every year cycle serves as a filter. So your year cycle 9 is the final filter and it's sifting out the residual stuff that you do not need to carry with you into the next 9 year cycle. So heaven is giving you the opportunity to do a final cleanup. So anything that you have stuffed down, anything that you have buried is going to rise to the top. You can choose, because we have free will, to not deal with it and to stuff it back down. But baby, you're going to carry that and pick up the new stuff. And this is why a lot of people are walking around frustrated and depressed and all of these things, because when the things rise up, instead of allowing them to do what they need to do and deal with their default settings and deal with their anger and deal with all of their things, they stuff it back down and don't deal with it. So the year cycles are here to support you. Okay. And so people who refuse, this is straight from the year cycle work, people who refuse to accept the past spend their lives rehashing the same old situations, making the same old mistakes, unable to accept new realities, and dissatisfied with everything. They justify their unsatisfactory existence by blaming others, blaming time, blaming life itself, or blaming themselves. So the year cycle 9 affords you the opportunity to release the blame game. It affords you the opportunity to learn how to respond to the scenarios that heaven provides for you. So it's not like you don't have to, and this is the beautiful part about every year cycle. You don't have to dig anything up. You just have to learn to pay attention to everything that crosses your path. You don't have to go through and say, let me go through and figure out what I need to close in my year cycle now. No, you just have to be present to win. And when those things show up, are you willing to do what needs to be done? So, Frida, since you so willingly answered, how did just give me one scenario? How did one scenario present itself that crossed your path that it was like, okay, let me deal with this, if you don't mind sharing?
Now my son, now my relationship, cause the misunderstanding, and it took me like you know about it about 4 years to deal
Was it
with it.
4 or 5 years? I'll never
So
forget. Y'all want to play back that Zoom call? Because I got it. I got the Zoom call. I know exactly where you're sitting. You were sitting outside on a deck or a porch or something. You were outside. She was giving me the blues. She was hotter than hot. I remember it well. Now continue.
it was like the relationship, because because I don't like no one accuse me of anything, and I'm determined. I was determined to show them that they were wrong. I was determined. And it wasn't until the 4 years, until last year, when I finally took my hands off of it and gave complete control to God and let Him handle it, because wasn't no more I could do. I was making it harder for myself because I wouldn't let it go. I said I let it go, but I didn't until
Mm-hmm.
I actually let that thing go and put it in God's hand and let Him take full control. That's when things start turning around. A year later, and find it's all misunderstanding. Not my part, their part. It was a misunderstanding on their part, and so we had a meeting and we talked about it. That's how I found out they understand it wasn't me. It
Mm-hmm.
was someone else trying to bring confusion in. I get jealous of our relationship. That's the understanding I got. So that was the closure. I think that's what I needed. Cause I know I had to move on to the next level. Number
Mm-hmm.
one, one is happiness. So I could just share that. Yeah, that was because that was the most one that hurt me the most. That hurted me
Mm-hmm.
to the T.
Mm-hmm.
And then God just turned it around because I took my hands off it and I let Him handle it, and He did.
I love it. I love it. And when you entered into the community, you were in a year cycle, what, five, four or
I was
five?
4 or 5. I was between the two.
4 and 5. Okay. So we have to pay attention also to how situations happen. Okay. So the situation happened like in your 4 5. So
Yeah.
that was a year of breakthrough, and that was a fast pace. Like your 4 is your year of breakthrough. 5 is your, like your fast paced year. You got to make, decisions and all of that. And then your 6 is about balance, 7 is introspection, 8 is, your manifestation year. And then your 9, which is where you are now, is your closure. So you have every year gives you the opportunity to release it. So, for example, in your year cycle, let's say it happened in your year cycle 4, that's your year cycle 4 of breakthrough. So that situation happened, and you had an ability or responsibility to see this for the situation that it was and use it to break through and to see and get to the other side and not have it bother you. But the fact that you were not able to break through and you were not able to resolve it in that year cycle, now it moved on to into your year cycle 5. And so your year cycle 5 will present you with so many different opportunities. And you once again have the opportunity in your year cycle 5 to choose a different path, to choose different relationships or whatever. But if you do not let it go and really release it, you're going to carry it from one year cycle to the next. So every year gives you the opportunity to free yourself. You have free will. So if you choose to hang on to it, that's what happens. So now the year cycle 9 gives you one more opportunity. It says, be honest with yourself. Mere positive thinking can do more harm than good if you are not simultaneously feeling that way. The inside and the outside must match. So you could say, hey, I'm going to let it go. I'm not going to deal with it. It's fine. Let bygones be bygones. But inside you are not feeling that way. So heaven is not going to allow you to be dishonest with yourself. So this is why every year you get the opportunity to release, But if you do not release in spirit and truth, you're going to have to continue to carry it until you have true release. So your thoughts and feelings are two very different energies and must be experienced separately so that you can tell them apart. And when your masculine thoughts and your feminine feelings make peace and join forces, your personal power to survive and prosper increases significantly, and your entire being evolves. So you are able to witness what it looks like when the inside and the outside match. That brings boom, closure. You don't have to deal with it anymore. You don't have to carry it with you anymore. And you can feel the lightness in it. And you can also track how that affects your other relationships as well. So the information that we are garnering through our year cycles is going to be information that you use to carry you through the subsequent year cycles, because you're now collecting more data about how your body responds to truth, how your body responds to forgiveness, how your body responds, and you're going to be able to really tell if you have really resolved something or if you have just settled for something. And so the key to all of this work is to make sure that you get the complete resolutions that you need so that you can rise higher. So thank you for sharing that. And that's a huge demonstration of what that looks like. Your year cycle 9 also has a tendency to make you feel like you're going out of the world backwards. It may make you feel like you're regressing instead of progressing, like you're going backwards instead of forwards. But when you look at the 9 and you look at the way that the 9 is made, it's like a spiral, right? And so it winds up and it unwinds. And so that is the way heaven takes you backwards sometimes so that you can then go forward. Okay. So it's like a back and forth sort of situation so that heaven can take you back to the situations that got you there so that heaven can then propel you forward. So thank you, Frida, for so willingly sharing that. So,
Well,
if in, mm-hmm,
I said one more thing.
of course,
I never questioned God by why it happened.
mm-hmm,
But I'm so grateful it happened the way it did, even though I never understand it. Because if I never had happened, I would never been a part of this community. And this community is one which helped me change my life completely, 100, turn my life completely around. So
mm-hmm.
I am so
I
grateful
love
and
it.
honored that God, did what He did, and I was yielding, then I wasn't yielding, but I'm glad the
Mm-hmm.
positive came at the end of it, and
I
where my
love
life
it.
is going now. Thank you.
Yes, 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 yes. And thank you for sharing that, because that helps us to realize absolutely nothing is wasted in God's economy. So just when you think you at your lowest point, God will raise you up and be like, no, that wasn't what that was about. It was about something else. So this is why you can, in all honesty, now that you have this closure, you can, in your prayer time, you can thank them. Thank you for that argument. Because now I see that I needed you to get me here. And now you begin to realize that arguments are no longer just arguments. Nothing is never what you think it is. It's all part of the process.
And honestly, that's what I've been doing lately. That's what I've been doing. I've been thanking God. I
Good.
just been thanking Him because the way I'm at now,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going. And
Yep.
I not publicly I had to thank Leslie Montgomery because she the one introduced me to this community. Because we was in the same church together. She had moved to Atlanta, and I was going through it, and she introduced me. I really appreciate her for that. I
So
really,
you called him and you say, thank you for that argument. I'm so happy you told that lie on me, because that led me to, oh my goodness. And it's exciting. But see, this is the thing. Once you build this understanding, your next 9 year cycle or your next, you have more energy. Like you can, like I face my year cycles now with excitement because I don't have all of that muck and mire that I'm trying to dig through. I don't have all them skeletons in my closet. I don't have all of them arguments. I work through things immediately because I don't need anything weighing me down. And so you're going to start to feel as you're going through this lightness, like even lighter and lighter and lighter. So yes, that's exciting. And when you start to move in this way, you're going to really confuse people. I remember in my last year cycle 9, it was like going into my eight. I I created my job loss, but then in the 9 year, that was real closure. And it was during that time period that I was leaving my 8, going into my 9, that I had that accident. And so when I had the accident, we had to pull over. And the woman, she was really, I mean, she read me up one side and down the other, and it was ugly. But because I had this perspective and I know that it's not just an accident, there's a reason this happened. I was sitting there. I was like, girl, bring it in. Give me a hug. It's gonna be. She was looking at me like, what is wrong with you? And it all worked out because that closure actually closed out a lot of things. It closed out the job. It gave me the resources that I need. When I tell you, that was like one of the biggest blessings that happened during that time period. And my car got hit. It was like a Honda. It was paid for. I wasn't gonna get it fixed. And she like the whole side of it. Child, I took that thing. That's like the second time that happened to a car that I had. I took that thing, I got that check. I was like, oh, I'm just gonna add this to my severance and move on, right? And so this is why when things happen and you have this perspective, you don't get rattled like other people. So if something like this scenario with you happens again, you can be like, and you can literally be honest about, like, I'm not moved by this. I know I did absolutely nothing wrong. My character is intact. I am an honorable person. So whatever you dealing with, that's you. And it'll be a whole different scenario. So this was your growth moment. So thank you. Thank you for sharing
And
that,
also,
Frida.
people see the change. So I'm telling
Mm,
people, tell everybody that's on here that's new, it does work. If
mm-hmm,
you don't quit a thing like you always tell us, if they stick it out, no matter what, because I had my ups and downs. I cried, I laughed, I cried, all that. I did all that, but I never quit it, and I kept fighting. I
mm-hmm,
kept showing up for myself. And
mm-hmm,
people see the difference because they say to me, "I like the new you." So thank
mm.
you, Jesus. So I'm glad they like the new me. So.
Yes, that's the best compliment anybody can give you. Yes, the new you. I love it. I love it. Thank you, Frida. Rick, what you got? What you got?
Hey, Alicia. Hey, everyone.
Hey.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in on that 9 because it was so powerful for me for the first one I went through,
Mm.
um, and because the fact that I started in the community to a point where you gave me the verbiage to be able to close out, in just to be able to go and understand, because again, if you don't have a name for it, but you're going through it, you really don't know. And the kicker was, I'm going through it first. Tiff's coming behind me, so I'm going through it with her just as much as I was going through it for myself, and it was heavy,
Mm-hmm.
But because I started in the community before it happened and I had the verbiage, do it, decency and order. I closed things. I went to folks and I said, look, this is not working for me. Okay. I went to, other things. This is not working for me. This is why, instead of just walking away or whatever. And when it closed, when the heaviness got even heavier, it didn't weigh on me as much because I knew I did the right things. I did it in the right way. And it helped me understand that. And then when Tiff was going through it, because it was like a storm. It was like a
Mm-hmm.
hailstorm. Let me put it
Mm-hmm.
that way.
It can be
It was
ugly.
coming down on us, me, and then it was coming down on her. But because we were back to back, we were able to support each other because we understood what was going on. If I didn't have an understanding of it, then I wouldn't have been able to support her, and she wouldn't
Mm-hmm.
have been able to support me. So
Mm-hmm.
the benefit of understanding, your life path, your year cycle, and all of that is so important because even though I knew I did the right thing, I moved in the right direction, the people around me that didn't understand it, not and they wouldn't, because it was all God's plan. You know what I mean? There was things that were happening during that process that I was like, wow, it can't be nothing else but God, because he was closing stuff. I mean, multiple things all at once. So I knew that the plan, the nine, and then going into a new beginnings, just feeling all of that and understanding that when you get to it helps, even though you're still going to feel it, you're still going to go through it, and some things are going to make you scratch your head. Just the fact that you know and understand, and you got support around you, to get you through it, because the calls help. Because I would share during the calls what I was going through and what I was feeling, and I would get someone in the community sharing their part, and then you looking into and telling, what I'm going through and what I'm feeling. And that just helped me to be able to get to it, to understand the next ones, really pay attention to 8 and 7 and all the rest of that's going to come. Really pay attention to them. So thank you for that.
I love it. I love it. And I'll get to you in 1 second, Priscilla. For those that are leaving an 8, going into a 9, if you have any concerns about your 9, then ask them now. Like, what are some things that may be concerning you about entering into your 9? And so we're going to kind of vacillate back and forth like that. Priscilla, yes, ma'am. What you got?
I'm sorry. I'm in a 9, but I don't know if anything closed.
You don't know if anything closed?
No.
You did you deal with anything? Well, okay, I know one thing.
Yeah.
I know one thing. Your self-care.
Oh,
like you taking care of yourself. Like you hopefully you put an end to that. Like you're like, this is.
No, I did. Yeah.
Okay. That's what I know, that one personally.
Personally closed.
Huh?
I don't know. Maybe because I just had a difficult year. My year was hard.
And that's the sign that you're in the year cycle. The close. I mean, like when you say difficult, did you deal with the difficult things, or are they still open?
I guess we dealt with them. We still standing.
Is it?
Yeah. No.
Okay. Listen to this. So you're in a year cycle 9. I don't know what the other person's year cycle is, but on your side of the conversation,
I guess I did, because I don't have anything else to say to her. So yeah, I did deal with it.
Is it bothering you? Does it bother you?
No, it does not bother me that I no longer have anything to say to my sister. It does not bother me at one.
Your sister, girl, that's gonna come back in 9 years. It
won't come back.
It won't come back.
No, okay. It won't come back. We're like, as a family, we're like,
y'all done with it.
We're done with her. We just have to deal with her.
Okay, no.
We just have to deal with her on like, I guess, a business level. But other than that, she canceled.
Okay, see, that's gonna come back. I'm letting y'all know what's tonight. Tonight is, what's the date? This is December 27th.
No, because I've forgiven her. I've forgiven her. I have no heart, no heal.
Forgiving
I just don't have anything to say to her.
Okay, forgiving is one thing. Closure is another.
I'm closed. I just don't have anything to say to her.
Look, I've been working with Priscilla long enough to know we just gonna watch and see. That's all we're gonna do. Okay, Priscilla, we just gonna wait and see.
It is done. She fell bankruptcy and stuck our house in that mess, and she's done, and we had to pay her out of it. So we're done.
Ooh. We're done. We got a forgiveness challenge coming up.
No,
I'm talking about for me. I ain't talking about for you.
Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. She. Yes, we are. Oh, that's why I said we had a lot going on. We was in jeopardy of losing our family home because of her.
Oh, wow.
And we.
Oh, yes. I'm upset now.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. So like I said, I don't really, we had to pay her out of it.
Ooh,
she doesn't speak to us anyway. She's blocked me. So, I mean, I guess it ended.
Okay. That's between you and the Lord. I ain't got nothing to say about that. Yeah. That's deep. Yeah, you let us know how that.
As I said, my family has been through a lot. So we lost my brother-in-law unexpectedly. It was like a surprise. So we had that was in the beginning of the year. Then we found out about what she did.
Well, it's coming to light so it can be dealt with. So
well,
yes.
we dealt with it. It's done. It's done.
Yeah, that's closure.
We had to pay it off.
Yeah, that's closure.
We out of money.
That's great. Okay. Yeah, you did go through it. Everybody, and this is the thing. This is how your closure is as unique as your DNA. It's as unique as you are. So everyone's scenario is going to be different because everyone has different lives. So you have to understand what closure looks like in those scenarios. So yes, things were closed, but not maybe according to what you thought the definition of closure should have been, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, girl, you did some closing. I know I did.
I did.
You did some closing. I did. Your son, didn't he he did, what did he do?
He graduated in December last year.
Last year, December into your 9. Yeah, that's
Well, we both were. I think he's in a 9 too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, things are closing. Yes. I would rather that happen in a 9 than in a 1.
Yeah.
So that's good. Yeah. To start a new beginning, knowing all of that, but it's closing. Oh, wow. Okay. I don't know what you got to go through. I'm gonna put that on my list of forgiveness. I don't even know. I'm just like, what? You don't put family stuff in. I mean, people do. Obviously, people do, but that's just anyway. Okay, thank you, Priscilla, for sharing.
Yeah, she did.
That took
me. Y'all would be so amazed at what her debt was. We could have just gave her the money.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, that's awful. Okay, we're gonna pray for her. All right. Thank you, Priscilla.
Yeah, she probably do need praying for.
I'm gonna leave that alone. Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
All right, Renee. Yes, ma'am. What you got?
Okay. I am an 8 going into a 9.
So what are some of your concerns?
If there are any. I think, well, when you were just talking to Priscilla about what is your definition of closure, it just seems very final. Like, just wondering.
Oh, that's good. I'm happy you brought that up. That's what a lot of us think when we think closure. We think, boom, that's it. That's all. So when I was entering into closure, you couldn't tell me that Mike and I were not, we were going to end up divorced. Like I knew that was going to be closure because our relationship was trash, right? So I'm like, oh God, God's getting ready to close this. Closure meant that I was going to lose my house. Closure in my mind meant that everything was going to follow. Like it was just going to close. We were going to be in a custody battle and I was going to lose the kids and I was going to lose the house and everything was going to close. That is not what closure means. It means something different for every scenario. So closure for me in that situation meant getting to the truth. Closure for me meant making peace with the part that I played in the relationship. And so when Mike got into his year 9 of closure, his closure looked like getting to know who his father was, like getting to know. So closure has a different definition based on the scenarios that you're facing. So it may be closure with, finding joy in certain situations. It may be closure with having the tough conversations. It may be closure with, getting rid of junk, like stop living unorganized or whatever it is, whatever affects you most closely, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So do not be afraid of a literal, like thinking it's a literal definition of closure. That is not what it is.
Okay.
So be excited about closure because it's going to lift burdens off of you. It may not feel great initially, but it's okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for bringing that up. Sydney. Yes, ma'am.
Hey.
Hey.
I'm going in the 4. And I'm
You what?
Sorry, I said that all excited. I'm going in the 4. I'm going into my year 4.
Oh, okay. We're talking about people going from 8 to 9. We'll get back to you.
All right, never mind.
Okay, right. I'm like, wait,
sorry.
Did I miss a number? How did the number line switch? Okay, so we were talking about the 9. Okay, and so because we're talking about the 9, I said for people that were going from 8 into 9, just give me some of your concerns. So now we're gonna double back. So we good with the 9s, right? We've done with the 9. The best thing that you can do is please, not just for the 9s, but for everybody, reread your year cycle information. Read it, go through it with a fine-tooth comb, and start to identify the things that have happened. So an example of what this would look like. So you would go through, like, do it paragraph by paragraph, okay? Take even the title. The 9 year is the end of an era, going back to claim your future. So just pause right there and just think about, like, how has God required you to go back to remember who you are, like to go back and to reclaim the things that you know you're supposed to be doing. Okay. And then there's a quote there, the first paragraph. The 9 year brings you to the end of a complete 9 year cycle in your life. It is a year to complete unfinished business. Like every section, take your time. What unfinished business came up this year that you needed to deal with? Either reach conclusions or tie up loose ends. So what are those things? Make a list of them. This is going to take some time. Okay. So you got a whole week to do this. These actions will help you step into the next 9 years of your life without the pressure of unresolved matters of the past pulling you back. So this is your responsibility to make a list of any unfinished business, conclusions that, need to be dealt with, or tie up loose ends. So that is how you approach, like, doing this final review. And just take it paragraph by paragraph and allow heaven to have you sift through it, because you want to make sure that you finish up as much as you can. Okay. You finish up as much as you can, because you don't want to carry the next 9 year cycle is going to be enough on its own. All right. So for those who are in a year cycle 1, this year cycle 1 should have been one of new beginnings. New beginnings, new ways of looking at things, new ways of approaching things, just new, like a new understanding. It doesn't have to be like new material things, just new perspectives, your new approach, your like a breath of fresh air. So the new beginning is a very powerful one, but you also have to understand that change is required in order to embrace the newness. So a lot of times people have problems with change. People have problems with carrying over past attitudes. So your year cycle 1, you can have a tendency to get stuck if you are not malleable in the hands of God. So your year cycle 1 is an example of what it looks like. So when you hear people that say that they're LifePath 1s, they're like the independent thinkers, they're the pioneers, they're the people that are forging ahead when there's no real blueprint or anything like that. And this is where you have to believe in yourself. So the year cycle 1 affords you the opportunity to amp up your belief in yourself, to amp up your confidence, to pay attention to areas where you are dependent on other people. Like, it's going to help you to understand your dependencies. It's going to help you to understand where you need to stand more on your feet. It's going to help you to work through your fears, your doubts, your uncertainties. So it's almost like entering into a new territory. So it can be as new and as exciting as you allow it to be if you do not allow your fear to restrict you. So how many people do we have in their year cycle 1s? Any year cycle 1 people? No year cycle 1 people. You're Cynthia? No, yeah.
I'm going into a 1. When I did my when I went back and did my cycles all over again, I go birthday to birthday. And the years just were not feeling right for me. Like things just were not making sense. So when I went through my birthdays, and it's a very hard thing to go year to year, I don't suggest it, or birthday to birthday, because it gets kind of wonky. But I just feel the shift. My birthday's in November, and I feel the shift in September. Like September, I start to really it's like the whole atmosphere just shifts. So for me, I thought it was a year of new beginnings, and I was getting very frustrated because everybody was having babies and planning weddings and doing all this stuff. And I was like, but I don't really feel like this is a very new beginning for me. Like, I don't feel like it's my new beginning. I feel like there are people around me. But interestingly enough, it was a lot of closure to the life that I led before. It was closure, even after my mom's passed, and, she passed in 23. Still now, a couple of years later, I'm still, closing things out with that whole situation. And I found that the chapter of my life and my husband's has shifted from, we became grandparents this last year to not one, not two, but, we have two bonus grandchildren and two biological grandchildren. And our whole life just shifted. My dad moved in with us, then moved out, and he's in his senior place. So many things changed. My dad's moving and grooving, but it was closure to the life and the way that relationships were before. And the kind of like how you read the quote earlier about the end of an era, it's kind of like what once was and always seemed to be is no longer. But it feels like it's closing the correct way. I feel like in the past, other year 9 cycles, I had that approach to it. Well, then I must need to close these relationships then because they're not working for me, or I must need to close this, or I'm just going to cut this person off. I'm just, I'm going to write things off or whatever. But this year, it really has been a peace with certain situations. And I had wrote that earlier, that for me, closure for me this past year was more, if I look back, it was like standing in front of a mirror and really examining what's behind me, what I've gone through, and kind of looking and saying, you know what, you did the best you could with what you had at that time, but now that you know better, you can do better. And so going into new beginnings now, I know that there are certain mindsets and habits and routines or rituals or whatever you want to call them that no longer fit my life and my home and my spirit. They just they don't fit anymore. And so there's a new sense of coming into this era of my life and coming into this matriarch, so to speak, position, and really forgiving myself for things that I held on to for way more cycles than I needed to. And that's something you mentioned earlier. And so I'll mention that for people who are, thinking about doing the year cycle work or just kind of figuring out about this or new to this, don't hold on to things, because it's kind of like that. I don't know if everybody watched that Biggest Loser show where they're losing all this weight and then they make them go and put it back on their bodies again, and they got to run up these hills with all this weight. And they're like, I don't know how I did it, because once I drop it, I feel so freeing. It's like you're carrying like a sack of boulders to the next cycle and the next cycle and the next cycle. And then you can't understand why you're so drained and feeling defeated and feeling like groundhog, like it's just the same thing over and over again, but you haven't released it. So I think for me, this is a crazy, really, 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 really new beginning for me, because I feel the shedding of the skin, so to speak, and it's liberating, but it's also a vulnerable place to be. So yeah, going into year 1 is no joke.
I love it. And the year 1, if you look at just a number line and you look at just the position of the 1, that's at the beginning of the process. And in a number line, if you are number one, you are facing like God is your focus. Like that's all you have to look at. So that's all you just got to focus on what's ahead. Focus on what's ahead. And that one is your opportunity to really embrace the new beginnings of the truth in your life, to begin to embrace only what you hear God say, only what you see. Like this is your opportunity to choose life for yourself. So every opportunity that you get to start something new, embrace it, because heaven is supporting you in this newness. This day, the day gig that I have now, I started it in my year cycle 1. And that was a very powerful progression for me. It was like the end of my 9-year cycle going into my 1, when I took the full-time position. And the reason that was so important was because this new beginning afforded me the opportunity to start this phase of my life, this 9-year cycle, in the direction that I needed it to go. One of the things that heaven instructed me during this time period was to be open and honest with the truth of who I am and the work that I do. All of my other jobs and the things that I had, I would lie a lot. I would lie. I would go, I would go on my lunch break, spend, 3 or 4 hours. I'd be doing workshops. I'd be at speaking gigs. And according to my job, I'm at the dental office or something. Now I come back, they say everything work out okay. And I don't forgot the lie that I told them. And they're like, you said you went to the dentist. So now I'm trying to, oh yeah. And so it was crazy. So this new beginning that heaven afforded me, heaven was like, you need to lead with the truth. So everybody on my job knows what I do. And so whenever I take off, people like asking me, so you doing something with your journaling? Are you doing this? And even and this was funny. Now Mike is like, now see you slipping down the slippery slope now, because we had we were introducing ourselves to a new team member, and they wanted us to introduce or say something, different about ourselves. So I always talk about my journaling work. So I was so excited about the forgiveness journal. So I held it up and I showed it in the camera, and everyone's like, oh my God, that's beautiful. And then I was flipping through the pages, and then I just got a little more excited. And then I showed them the cards, and then people were like, can you send me the link? I was like, oh my God. And then I remembered that in the book, it has the QR code that people can now get to the community. So before, I could just send a book and not send any information, and that was it. But now they can find me. So this is funny to me, because operating in truth means that you can't hide anymore. And so now all of my messages, I don't care what cause they join, I'm still going to tell the same stories. This is now my platform, not yours, so you're now in my territory. So when you enter into your new beginnings and your year cycle 1, enter with your eyes wide open, knowing that how this year cycle 1 begins is how it's going to continue and how it's going to end. So you want to begin as truthfully as possible, as powerfully as possible, and as confidently as possible, because you're setting the tone for the next 9 years of your life. And every year cycle that follows that is going to build upon the one that you started on. So if you're entering into your year cycle 1, you have this information, you're in community, you're receiving the information. Everything that you do in your year cycle 1, ask yourself, is this bringing me more life or is it bringing me death? Choose life and you won't go wrong. Okay, so that's your year cycle 1. Priscilla, yes, ma'am. If you're talking, sweetie, I can't hear you.
I thought I muted, but I didn't. I put it to unmute, but I'm going into my 1.
Mm-hmm.
And I started in my 1. So
You
when I
mean
met you,
when you met?
when I met you, I just said
we've been
here,
through a
trace
whole
back.
9-year cycle
So we've been
together.
through a whole year 9 circle together. I met you in a year cycle 1. I was going into it.
That was your new beginning. Look at that.
Yes, it was. That snowy day.
I showed it. Were you on Leslie's last week? Her
no.
Her
probably
was
not,
that
'cause
week
I usually
before
be in
last?
church. Yeah, I usually be in church when she's on.
I showed that picture.
Oh.
I showed that picture because it was funny because it was similar to her event. You remember because I didn't know if anybody was coming. It was like a blizzard. Did hear you. I was so happy to see y'all come through that door. I was like, oh my God, yes, your new beginning, powerful.
So I just sat here and traced back. I was like, oh wow, yes, I met you out in the 1.
See, okay, so that's a perfect example. See how beautifully her year cycle 1 just started her off. She survived the whole 9 years.
Yeah, I survived 9 years here. So y'all can stay.
I love it. She's seen all my hairstyles. She just seen
the purple dress.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Thank you, Priscilla. Thank you. Oh my God, that made me happy. All right. Thank you. Okay, so that's the year cycle 1. So as you're approaching that, please pay attention to how a thing begins. How a thing begins is how it will continue and how it will end. I love it. Anna, yes, ma'am. What you got?
Good evening. Sorry, my voice is gone. I've been down.
Oh, I feel better.
So that too was also my new beginning. That was 2017, January 7th, 2020.
That was your year 1 too?
Yes. However, you did not start teaching. You introduced us to the LifePath at that session you had, but you did not start the classes for another couple of years later.
Right. Yeah, I did. I shared the information then,
yes,
right?
You introduced. Yes.
I love
very
it.
Powerful, very insightful, very telling to what I was beginning to experience.
Oh, and this is another one. So Anna is a LifePath 1. And when Anna and I first met, you could not convince Anna that she was a leader. Like you could not. We were on the phone and we literally read through. She said, that's not, I just don't feel. Now, today, Anna has assumed the position. And it's like she like you had to find yourself, if you will. Like you had to find that leader within you. I don't know what it was, but she did not want to accept the fact that she was a true leader.
I was always in position to lead and I always did it. But what leadership looked like to me was different than what I thought it was. Like how the world taught it to me and the things that I did, it just looked very different. But when you took the time, which I am so grateful, to sit down and read it through with me, my birth order in the family, the birth order also of immigrant parents and relatives. I was the first American born who spoke the English language, so I was the translator. So many things that it was just, it's part of me. This is what it is. But I did not recognize them as roles of leadership.
I love it. Thank you, Anna. Thank you. I love it. All right. So, do we have any year cycle 2s here? Year cycle 2s. Pam is a 2. Okay, Cynthia. All right. So you are currently in a 2, going into a 3, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. So the year cycle 2, and I want to hear your perspective and what you have experienced in a 2. So The year cycle 1 is an exciting year because the year cycle 1 kind of gives you that, oh, I'm rolling, all of these new things are happening. It's like you can almost feel like you're on top of the world because the newness of it all. You know, you can get a new job, a new baby, a new relationship, new. And the key is that a lot of times when you get on this roll, and this is why you have to understand, this too shall pass. The good will pass and the bad will pass too. So don't get so attached to any year cycle that's going very, very well, because that's going to pass. Okay. And so the year cycle 1 is one that helps you to position yourself. And I've had so many people in the year cycle 1 that really feel that they have everything is clicking, right? This is happening. Like you really got a handle on it. And I always have to prepare them. Start to slow down. Like your year cycle 1, if you're in a 1 going into a 2, slow down. Like towards the end of the year, just start to deflate your own balloon because it is going, you're going to either slow down or you will be slowed down. I had one young lady, you couldn't tell, I kept trying to tell her, slow down. Anna was one of those people. She was coming off of her year cycle 1, going into her 2, and then you got slowed down. I think you had surgery or something, right? Like something knocked you down, like slowed you all the way down. I think it was from your 1 to your 2.
This at the very beginning of year 2, I had surgery in February, and even though I had the surgery and I was supposed to slow down, I still did a couple of things I wasn't supposed to, and I ended up having to stay home another 3 to 4 weeks for surgery. So I learned very quick.
Yes.
So no more.
Yes, so let us all be cautionary tales for the ones that are ending your 1 going into your 2. Slow down. Okay, don't let the smooth taste fool you. I've had one young lady, she was I said, come on. I said, girl, you need to slow down. She said, I'm good. I'm gonna ride this till the wheels fall off. The next week, she missed the call. And so we were checking on what happened. Child, she was going to the library, bouncing up the stairs, and just, because she was feeling herself. She had started working out. She started look cute, started losing some weight. She was doing all of the things. Twisted her ankle, like missed the step, did something, and ended up like on her butt, like out of commission for a minute. Everybody's like, told you need to slow down. Surgeries happen, incidents happen. So if you imagine a 1, right? So the 1 is singular. When you think about the Roman numeral two, or if you think about 2, it's almost like that 1 is splitting and you're in front of a mirror. And so the 2 is affording you the opportunity to really start to form that relationship with the new you, to slow down and start to reflect on these new beginnings. God is very intentional in how heaven requires us. See, rest and all of those things are encoded in God's economy. The world will tell you you need to keep hustling and grinding and don't take any breaks and things like that. God's like, you need a break. That 2 is your break. That 2 is your opportunity to slow down and to really reflect on the progress that heaven is allowing you to make, to begin to take inventory of who you are becoming, and to really almost just look in the mirror and really pay attention to the new details of your life. It's a slower pace, but it gives you the opportunity to really take in all of the new things that are happening so that you have the stamina and the endurance to carry that new beginning all the way through to the end, because that new beginning is helping you to formulate new aspects of your life. And so every year cycle is a building block that gets you closer to the blessing. So the year cycle 2 affords you the opportunity to catch your breath so that you can hear more from heaven, so that in your year cycle 3, you can really start to focus on the things that you need to go to solidify your happiness. So I want to hear from those who are experiencing the two and helping us to understand your experience. So Pam, what you got? What you got?
Hey there. I'm trying to figure out what you talking about being on top of the world and what.
What, in a
I didn't
one?
feel that way. No, I didn't feel that way in my year cycle was from getting new kids to losing my job and having this. I was like, oh my gosh.
Those were absolutely
Those
new. Those were new
they were totally
beginnings.
new.
Those were new beginnings. Those were new beginnings. Your new job was your new beginning that led you to that new
Oh,
creative endeavor and all of
it
those
did.
things about you. Yeah.
So as I was thinking about my year two, and it's very true. In year one, he gave me two children, but in year two, I had to get rid of them. Not
Mm-hmm.
get rid of them,
Right.
but I had to send them back and let the mother make some choices because if I hadn't, I was on the verge of losing my absolute mind
Mm-hmm.
because it was just too much. But then when you're looking at it saying slow down, I wasn't able to slow down. It was just too much. I was on the verge of losing it, like for real. And then I did have a surgery on my hip after I had taken them back, and me trying to move too fast because my kids wasn't doing what I wanted around the house, around up dislocating it, which was the most awful pain I have ever experienced.
Mm.
Like, oh my goodness, I don't even want to think about that was just awful. And I was like, yeah, slow your butt down. Um,
Mm. Mm.
and then just thinking about even, I was trying to um hold on to a relationship that I wasn't really it wasn't really as fulfilling, but sometimes I guess you do things because you just to have someone to talk to or whatever. And I was just thinking back and I was like, if I would have, which I'm gonna start doing from now on, if I would have read my year cycle every month, I would have known that my body was telling me to just let it go. However, me trying to hold on and trying to make something be that it wasn't meant to be, it just caused more stress and stuff in my body and just stress. And instead of me, even though I would feel a peace when I would think about just letting it go, but there would be stress. But it also showed me um something that I needed to see about myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I was finally able to see it in my slow down year. The person had been telling me this particularly, but I didn't really get to see it. I didn't feel it until I really was in this year. And I was like, wow, God. And I released it and I let it go. But yeah, these year cycles something serious. But I am so grateful to God for being able to look back and see that it was all part of this cycle. To go back and see that I wasn't by myself, but God had already given me a peek, even though I should have been reading it every month, which I'm going to this time. But just really see this is the type of things that are going to happen. And if I read it each month, it's just going to help keep me on the right path so that I'm not experiencing unnecessary turmoil and pain and stress
Mm-hmm.
when I need to just listen to that intuition that I was trying to override, but finally just let it go because I almost lost my mind. But thank God I did what I needed to do, though it was a
Mm-hmm.
hard decision. Um, but I did it, and I'm grateful to God for all of it, and I'm grateful to God for just being part of this community.
Mm-hmm. I love it. And the thing that makes it so powerful is that in your year cycles, you're going to learn life lessons that you'll never forget. This is in the year cycle 2. That's when I learned there's a part for me to do, there's a part for God to do, and there's a part for others to do. Because your year 2 slows you down to the point so much so that you realize you can't do it all by yourself. And that's by design. When heaven knocks you on your butt and you have surgery, you have whatever you have, you need help. And that's an indicator that God is telling you and showing you you're not meant to do this journey all by yourself. And it takes patience to understand that you're not supposed to do it all by you. Like Pam said, her kids weren't doing it the way that she wanted to do it. Then she ended up in the hospital because she
don't do it.
It was
It was
funny, but it's
painful. Oh, all I could do was call out to the Lord and pray and speak in tongues and talk to the Lord because, oh, my Lord.
yes, but in the quiet places, that's when you're able to hear from God more. So you want to position yourself to be malleable in the hands of God and just sit down. Like, okay, I'm gonna slow down. I'm gonna see whatever my part is, that's what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna leave the rest to everybody else. So thank you for sharing that, Pam. I'm sorry you had to go through all of that, but I love these stories because when I was going through it, I didn't have a community, but now y'all make it so good for me when I realized God is not a respecter of persons. This is just how it works. So for the longest time, I was taking it personally because I was like, God, you just hate me. You just, but God don't hate none of us. It's just what they say, don't hate the player, hate the game. It's just part of the process. So thank you, Pam. Cynthia, yes, ma'am. What you got?
Hey,
Hello.
um, hey, so this year has been one of peace and learning how to transition from such a high intense year one.
Mm-hmm. Well, Cindy, let's
Um,
let's back up a little bit. Let's give people a little snapshot. No, no,
no,
no, no, no.
no.
Listen, no, she
Okay.
is the classic poster child for the year cycles. Your 9 was textbook. Your 1 was textbook. You know what I'm saying? Like the
Yeah.
closure, the new beginnings, the slowing down. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful
Yes.
to watch. But anyway, go ahead. Yes, you're 2.
So the year started out with this year was really about learning patience for me and not getting, you're not going to get all the information. You're just going to have to wait to get the information. So at the end of last year, God told me that I would not be moving to Austin and did not say where I would be going. I had to wait. And so found out in January where I was going to be going, which is Charlotte, where I'm at now. And then in January, my father passing and just the whole thing of his funeral and waiting for the information, like his wife, she didn't, the weather was bad or something, but just having to wait and then you can't control things. I learned you just have to just go with the flow. And so she changed the date after I got my airline ticket, which caused me to have to get a refund. And they were not trying to give me my money back, but the peace came in learning how to trust God to handle the situations because it's like you said, I've done my part, God. You know, this is beyond my control. I need my money back from the airlines and from the car rental place. And so that was one thing. And then just, it's a lot of things that happened, but just some things that stood out when I relocated to Charlotte. My place wasn't ready and I had to wait. I was frustrated that they didn't call. I had drove. And that's another thing. Accidentally packed up my passport. And when it's time to fly to Charlotte, I'm like, where's my passport? It's packed up. So getting mad didn't serve any purpose this year. It was just like going with the flow and just trusting and knowing everything is going to be just fine. Just be peaceful. So I'm like, well, I can't get a real ID really quickly. So I rented a car and me and my daughter, we drove. And so when I get here, the place is not ready. I barked a little bit, but then it's like just surrendering, go to the hotel, they'll pay for the hotel, whatever, and then some other things. But this latest one is so funny to me. Being the PTA president, we needed a treasurer. So I'm we've been looking for like 2 months. I'm going through the list, and I had like 15 people on the list to call that came to the first meeting to see if they would be willing to be the treasurer. None of them, half of them didn't speak English. And then I get to the very last person, and she's just like, sure, I'll do it. And so just learning to surrender, learning to trust. A lot of things came up from my past that God gave me an opportunity to really clear up is in regards to relationships and intimacy and understanding myself, and it's better positioning me for the year talked about clarity. I clarity, I have a lot of clarity and understanding, and so this has been a remarkable year. I'm excited to see what the year 3 brings. But yeah,
I love it. I love it. I love it. And thank you so much for sharing your
you're welcome.
journey. And it's like, so I mess with Cynthia a lot because she's just hilarious to me. And we had this ongoing kind of thing. Like I can see, like sometimes I'll be like, Cynthia, what does this mean? What does this dream mean? She's like, you can't see. No, I can't. Like I can see things for other people, but I can't see things for myself. And she's the same way. Like she can see things for other, like just so clear. And
Yes,
then she
yes,
can't see things for herself. So that's the ongoing joke. Like, girl, you can't see that. I'm like, it's like a deer in headlights. And it's hilarious because how prophetic she is and how much wise counsel she provides. But then when it comes to stuff for her, she's like, you think I should do it? I'm like, girl, get off my phone.
right. And I got chin checked this morning. Was talking to Teresa for a little bit, and same thing happened. She like, you can't see that. What's good? And I got off the phone, and I was just like, okay, God, I'm gonna quit playing. Like you be telling me stuff, I'm gonna just quit playing. I see what. So yeah, it's
I
funny.
love it. I love it. And you have such a good attitude about it too. That's why I'm always messing with it. Because she's like, no, I really can't. But then you want to like the most powerful people I know now, and you can do this and do this and do. And I'm like, okay, but she can't see crap for herself. So that's the funny part about it. So thank you, Cynthia. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, Darlene. Yes, how's your year cycle 2 going?
Open up my audio. Hi, yes, everybody.
Hey.
Oh my goodness. I had to laugh when you talked about slowing down. And I remember that. Slow down, slow down, slow down. And I found that my year I'm wondering if I can do this. I hope I don't look too crazy. Because I don't. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm trying to fix this thing, but it doesn't want to cooperate.
Okay.
So sorry.
No worries.
But in any event, uh what I found was it wasn't a matter so much of not moving, but it was a matter of getting things in order.
Mm.
And getting things in order actually meant you had to slow down because you had to look back and see what pieces were missing and what you needed to do to make things come together and flow evenly. And that's the thing that causes you to slow down because then you got to look at everything. And you have to look at this and look at that. Is this working? Is that working? Why don't you have this in place? Where are these other things? So it really meant slow down and step back. Look at what you're doing, reevaluate, because that's what it turned out that I was reevaluating how I was doing ministry. It was reevaluate. Y'all are just laughing at me. I'm so sorry.
That was fine.
So I'm, I'm sure this is no. My avatar is talking.
That is the funniest thing. And she
Let
just
me
rocking back.
let me stop. Let me see if I can fix this thing right. get this thing to do what it's supposed to do. Oh, there it is. I'm so sorry.
That's fine. That's funny.
Okay. Anyway.
She cute though.
Didn't I look cute? Okay. So when it comes to really like slowing down, it wasn't the matter of stopping. It was a matter of what things are in place that are missing, what things are not in the right place. And again, like I said, reevaluating how I'm serving and who I'm serving. And as I slowed down, what happened was other doors began to open. And that was very key because when I began to slow down, all of a sudden during the course of the year, I was nominated for an award, a Speak Life award. I also was a part of 2 anthologies. Some of you may have know that just recently I received an honorary doctorate degree. All of these things, but I don't think any of those things would have happened if I didn't take the time to slow down and put things in proper perspective. And so there is something to listening to what's being taught and then following through. And I liked what you said earlier in our session, that you said that you reread your life cycle or
Year
your
cycle
year
once a month.
cycle once a month. I did not do that, so that's what I'm going to incorporate going into year 3. So I know that that's going to make a difference. I'm excited to hear about what year 3 is going to hold for me. So
I love it. I love it. I love it. And then Cynthia, on the calendar in the year cycle, if you can add a reminder, like a monthly reminder for everyone to reread their year cycle just as a tickler on the calendar, so that it'll be there and people will remember. Thank you so much. Tiff, what you got?
Hi. What's the question on the table again?
Are you in a year cycle too? Don't play with me, little girl.
Yeah, I am. I'm in the year cycle too. And
Tiffany, go get in the corner.
Slow down. Walk slowly. Go get
get in the corner and step out again.
She don't want nothing, Alicia.
Oh, have mercy.
So year cycle 2, so slower pace. It has been a slower pace. And what I love about this particular year cycle and us doing the recalibration. Wait a minute. Can y'all hear me?
I don't know what side. Kisha said you've been like every year cycle on this call. What is your year cycle? What are you?
I'm year cycle 2.
Okay. All right.
So I'm year cycle 2. I thought you muted me and I was just talking.
No, I'm confused. I don't know what cycle you're. Okay, you're in a 2. Okay.
Yes, I'm in a 2. So what I love about this particular year of slower pace is that this was the first year you did the recalibration. So so I've been very intentional. Like really focusing on every area of my life. Like literally everything, and just kind of it's just been a joy because I've been getting to understand all of the things. So yeah, it's been great for me. And I'm looking forward to going into year cycle 3.
Rick, how has it been for you? That's the question. How has it been for you? That's the only question that matters. If Rick is okay. I mean, tell us what you got. Has it been okay? Has she been okay? I don't know. The year cycle 2 could be tricky.
Yeah, with Tiff, it's never is it okay for whatever year cycle. Like she just said, she's probably every year cycle, at least in my opinion. But I don't know for me, because like I said, again, we're back to back. So I'm in 3, she's in 2, and then I'm going to go into 4. And I just think back on when I was in 2, what slowed me down was I read something, and I've been in it ever since, and I've been trying to get out of it. So hopefully going into year 4, which I believe is breakthrough, I think. If
Yeah,
it
you're going into
is,
4.
yeah. And so if that's the case, then yeah, hopefully that'll I'll get out that funk for right now anyway. So, but yeah, she's been decent.
That's good. That's good. That's
And
good.
and if I can add, like it was frustrating for me. His slow, his slower pace was
Messed you up.
frustrating for it was frustrating because he took slower pace. Like I'm just stopping everything. So when you in business together, like I'm like this Joker done stopped all of the things. So like everything kind of fell on me, right? So so because when he was in 2, it was new beginnings for me. So that like catapulted me into learning the business, like the back office of the business. Something that I kind of ran from, and it just forced me into it. It was like either I do this or the business sink. You know what I mean? So when he moved out of the 2, it just kind of worked out for me because it was kind of like a continuation um into just slowing down a whole lot more. And I start feeling the pull for the next year, like in September, like the same thing, Cynthia was saying. I feel it like in September, even though my birthday is in November, I feel the pull for the next year. And I know that I'm going into a year of happiness and it's just lining right on up, because yeah, it's 2 has been amazing for me.
I love it.
But I just really think that it's all about perspective as well.
And that's with every year
But I
cycle.
do feel supported. But I feel supported.
That's good.
Each year.
As you should. So that is the 2 in a nutshell. So if you're entering in a 2, slow down. Now, so we had mentioned earlier, some people feel their pull, their shift from birthday to birthday. Some people feel it from the beginning of one year to the next. You have to kind of gauge what the transition points are for you. For me, when I first started the work, it was from birthday to birthday. Once I started to do more of the work and to do the things that I needed to do and started to listen to heaven more intently and being radically obedient, the pull would start closer to the beginning of the year. So you have to put your finger on the pulse of what that is for you. So some people, there are different schools of thought. Some people say it begins from birthday to birthday. Some people say it begins from the beginning of the year. You have to determine what it feels like for you because you're the one experiencing it. Now, for those who are leaving their 2, entering into their 3, or those who are in their 3 right now, the year cycle 3 is one of happiness. Like the year cycle 3 affords you the opportunity to really start to pinpoint the things in your life that bring you joy. Okay? But a lot of people mistake this year cycle 3 for it being, oh, it's just going to be joy all day long. I'm so excited about the 3. 3 is going to be great. There's a balance to everything. God is a God of order. God is a God of balance. God is a God of decency. In order to really understand what makes you happy, guess what? The things that don't make you happy have to surface. So this is the part that messes up a lot of people in the year cycle 3. I thought this was going to be a better year, and this is turning out to be the worst year of my life, because heaven is going to present you with the things that you, air quote, don't want, so you can make the choice of the things that you do want. It gets better. It levels off towards like the middle to the end of the year, but the beginning part of the year cycle 3 can start to feel confusing if you enter into it with the mindset that everything is just going to be free flowing and everything is going to make you happy. No. So for example, let's take a relationship, for example. So you're entering into your year cycle 3. Personally, you know, it's all about your happiness, and the person that you're with, you have like a crazy argument or something happens. So this argument is happening so that you can get to the root of what really makes you happy. So things are going to happen to help you to sift through and sort through what that looks like. But overall, year cycle 3 is an easier going year, but I just don't want people to enter into it thinking that you don't have to make powerful decisions, or you don't have to think very hard, or you don't have to be courageous, or you can go through just, with your, head in the clouds. It's going to take some work, because you're going to have to make those decisions. Now with the year cycle 3, as you're moving through this year cycle, pay very close attention to things that do make you happy. And the things that do make you happy, and happiness is going to look different for everyone. So it's relative to who the person is. And so when you start to identify those things that make you happy, just say the simple prayer: thank you, heaven, more of this, please. Thank you, God, more of this, please. This or better. So you want to start to help yourself to start to identify the things that you should be looking for. So for example, and this is a very important year, because this year, each year is setting a higher degree of expectation. So your year cycle 3 is going to present you with the opportunity to identify the things that make you happy, because in your year cycle 4, you're going to face a lot of things that are going to be very difficult. And so it's very important that in your year cycle 3, you begin to identify those things that make you happy, so those things will anchor you as you're moving through your year cycle 4. So your year cycle 3 is going to require you to become quite an observer of your own life. Your life. It's not what makes your husband happy. It's not what makes your spouse happy. It's not what makes your children happy. Individually, what makes you happy? If it is a certain skin routine that you have and it just brings all kinds of joy to you, do what you need to do to establish that in your life. If it is a certain, it doesn't matter. In this year cycle 3, it doesn't matter how big or how small the joy is. The only thing that matters is that it makes you happy. This is not the year in which you can fake it until you make it. This is not the year where you can pretend to enjoy things that you do not. So this is your opportunity, and you do not have to rely on other people to approve of your happiness. You do not have to rely on people to co-sign everything that you do. This is probably one of the air quote most selfish years, one of the most selfish years that you'll have, but it's all for a reason, because it is your opportunity to see what you're made of. It's your opportunity to see what you need to let go of, what expectations, what are your default settings, what are the things that are keeping you stuck, what are the things. This is your opportunity to really put yourself under a microscope. And once you start to move through this process and you are aware that heaven is bringing things to your attention so that you can identify the things that don't make you happy, you're going to be able to get to happy even faster. So do not try to avoid the obstacles. Face the obstacles head on, address them, identify what needs to be done, move on, and get to your happy as soon as possible. So the year cycle 3 is fun, but do not be misled in thinking that you will not have circumstances to deal with. But the key is the quicker that you identify the circumstance that is going to get you through that circumstance to get you to happy, do that quick, fast, and in a hurry. So if it's apologizing, if it's filling out the form, if it's paying the bill, whatever is going to get you to happy the fastest, do it. Because you only have 12 months here, so you want to maximize all the time that you have. Communicating your happiness, communicating the things that you want. This is the year to really begin to use your creative power, to use your words, to really explain to people what you want, how you want it, why you want it, and do not make it difficult for people to provide you what you need, okay, in the way that you need it. So if you like an iced latte, whatever, with 6 ice cubes, and this is the perfect degree of coldness for you, then that is what you want. Don't say, oh, I just want, if they can only give me 5, just give me 5. Do not settle for anything less than the best for you, because this is your time to shine. This is your opportunity in this 3-year cycle. You won't see this or have this support from heaven again for another 9 years. So heaven is really supporting you in this 3-year cycle. So please speak up and express exactly what you want. Okay. Sydney, yes, ma'am.
Hey, okay. Real quick, yes, you are absolutely right. I'm in a year 3 right now. I just went through this. And I just wanted to speak to it pretty quickly. I would say I was one of those people that definitely thought it was going to be rainbows and sunshine the whole time. I was super excited. Super excited. I'm like, oh yeah. And in the transition of when I started to kind of feel the transition, things that made me happy were actually coming up. But I guess one big highlight was a relationship that I was in, and I have voiced a lot of things that I wanted and stuff like that the year before. So at the top of the year, I was getting some of the stuff that I wanted. Ultimately, this person wasn't, my person for real. So it was all just kind of like a little sampler before the reality kicked in. Mm-hmm. So, like for example, we went out for Valentine's Day, but then like a week or so later, they were complaining to me about taking me out, like somehow messing up their finances or something, that's a red flag. So, it is not like I hadn't seen certain things before, but that was a big one where it's like, oh my goodness, like I had such a great time. Anybody who knows me for real knows that Valentine's Day is my favorite holiday. I love that holiday. I love it more than Christmas. I love it more than the rest of them. That's my favorite holiday, whether I'm single or not, straight up. So for us to have such a really great time that weekend doing a bunch of stuff, to then be having that thrown in my face, I really got offended and hurt, but it was the beginning of the end of that. There was a lot of things that started coming up. I had a lot of sadness and heartache because I'm like, oh my God, like I thought things was getting better. Now it's not. And it was like a reality of like, this ain't your person, girlfriend. You know what I mean? Just like hit me in the head to the point where I'm like, okay, I gotta let it go. However, at the same time, I started meeting new people. I started getting reconnected with my church, started to build a community with, some women at my church that are around my age. Stuff that I really wanted was starting to come up at the same time. And it was really helping me. Like when he wasn't taking me out, I was going out with my friends. You know what I mean? Whatever wasn't happening in an area that I really wanted it to work out, it was happening in other areas. And I'm like, you know what? Okay, like I see what's going on. And this year I waited really long to read the year cycle. I normally do it at the top of the year, but I didn't this time. So when I finally read it towards the end of the year, because I thought I was wasting my year. All because I was real balled down about that relationship. And then once I read, I'm like, oh well dang, like okay, now I get it. So then I started getting real clear, did my dream board, and then all of a sudden I'm, even more changes started happening. And, I did eventually let that person go. Um and we had history before, not ironically, but ironically in my last year 3 cycle, I actually broke up with this person before. Um and I started to see the patterns and I'm like, okay, so even though we was in this for a minute this time around, I got to see that this is for real, not it, because these patterns are the same. So I was able to take the lesson for what it was, be grateful for the things that did happen that made me happy because I voiced it, because I made it clear, whether it was just in my heart privately to God, in my heart just to myself, regardless, or out loud or whatever. The things that I was solid on, it started to come about, and the things that didn't make me happy broke apart. So I just wanted to make a put it out there that not like, I mean, you could take what Alicia's saying as fact, but like I wanted to at least double down on it because I literally went through the exact same thing exactly as you said it. And now I'm about going into my year 4. So that's why I'm hanging on so long, because I really want to hear, like, get some wisdom on like what to prepare for that, because this is going to look a lot different than what it did back then.
I love it. I love it. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And with the year cycle 3, know that like anger, like at some point in the year cycle 3, like your emotion is really going to take hold. Like, but that is an indicator that on the other side of that, once you get through this really like angry, whatever it is that makes you that angry and really forces you to almost erupt and to deal with that thing, on the other side of that is when you're going to start to find the peace and the calm. So it can be it's exciting. You can be very optimistic, but do not be surprised when like an emotion will come out of just know what is happening. This is supposed to be a happy year. Let the emotion rise and fall and do what it needs to do, because it's all part of the process. Okay, so that's something to look for in your year cycle 3. Tiffany, yes ma'am.
Hi.
Hey.
So I never feel like I have maximized the years correctly.
Okay.
And so here we are, almost at the end of the year cycle 3, getting ready to go into the 4. And I'm like, I don't know if I've identified enough moments or areas of joy. So I'm like, what do you do then?
You go through
That's 4 days.
Break down 4 days. Well, baby, this is your priority. This is your priority assignment at this point. Go through your paragraphs, just like we talked about with the other year cycle, and just hit it hard. Just hit it hard. Make sure that you have covered as much as you can.
Yeah.
And be mindful of it.
I have identified areas of anger. So that part has been covered.
That tracks, huh?
Yeah. But that like pure joy part, I don't know yet. Not all of it anyways.
Okay. And then this is something that if you don't work it out in this year's cycle, you'll be able to work it out. And then definitely by the time you get to your 9, because that 9 is the last little filter that comes through. So don't worry about it. You get to work it out now or later, but it's gonna work its way out.
This is your way of saying enjoy the process.
Basically, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Enjoy the process. So thank you. Thank you. All right. So that's the 3. That's the 3. 4. All right. So the 4 is always for me a doozy. For me personally, because I am a LifePath 5, and this 4, my combination number, and we're not getting into that here, but my combination is a 1-4. So I have the leader and the 4, but because the essence of who I am is a 5, that's where I kind of like lean towards as it relates to like my daily flow. But the 1 and the 4 are the engines, the drivers for me. The 4 kind of opposes, even though it's a combination number, it opposes everything that I am. I am a free flowing. I just want to go with the flow. I just want to, just however it works. But the 4 requires you. The 4 is like a square, okay? The 4 presents you with the opportunity to really show you who you are. The 4 is no joke. The 1 gives you the opportunity. And this is how God is so balanced, because heaven wants you to work out. This is how you work out your own salvation. This is how you work through all of the issues in your life that you need to work through. And 4 is the 1 that is going to set limitations, restrictions, obstacles, anything that you can imagine is going to be presented, not so that it stops you, so that you can see what you're made of, so that you can break through. And once you get to the other side of it, it's like, oh, I did it. But the key is that the obstacles are going to match your weaknesses. So heaven is going to give you obstacles that are going to strengthen you. And so everyone's year cycle 4 is going to be obviously different based on the strengthening that you need. So for example, one of the year cycle 4s that I went through was when we were actually starting this work. And in this 1 year cycle, this 4, it was all about God showing me that my emotions had to stop ruling me. And so this was when Verna and I were working together, and God gave me the word that I needed to do a video, a recording every day, and we had to put it out every day. So Verna, she was so sweet. She's like, okay, honey bunny, whatever you need to do, just let me know. And so I was like, okay. She said, when you send it, I'll take care and do my part. I said, okay, because she was so, excited about the work and everything. And during this time period, when I tell you every obstacle that could have come my way, came my way. So one obstacle was that Mike's grandmother passed. And so normally when there's a death and everything shuts down, right? Because, somebody died. So everything stopped. So we were leaving the hospital. And so Mike was like, because normally we go back to the house or whatever. And so Mike was like, well, what do you want to do? And it was interesting that he asked me, and God was like, tell him. I said, tell him what? Tell him you have to do the video. I was like, his grandmama just died. God said, keep working. Like that was an obstacle, right? So I came home, I did the video. Then the next week, like we went through a few days, then the next week, his grandmother's brother died. So that was another death. And I said, well, what do you want me? God said, do the video. And then that was the same year that there was my father got diagnosed. It was just a lot, all of these obstacles. And my normal response would be, oh, this is just too hard. I'm just emotional. I just can't do this. I can't focus. It was in this year cycle 4 that it taught me that I can do whatever needs to be done. And when God gives it to you, it ain't going to take that long. That recording took all of 20 minutes. And then I had the rest of my day to do everything that I needed to do. Your year cycle 4 is going to show you the excuses that you make. Your year cycle 4 is going to show you the compromises that you make. The year cycle 4 is going to show you who you are. It's going to show you all of your deficiencies, and you have to face it. And you have to realize that you are responsible for the life that you have. Do you always stop when things get hard? Do you always put everything off when you are inconvenienced? The year cycle 4 is going to show you who you are. It's going to show you the seriousness about the decisions that you have to make. 4 is probably one of the most serious year cycles that exists. So do not take the 4 lightly, because the 4 is not going to take it easy on you. I promise you. Forms, any forms you need to have filled out, anything that you need, it's going to happen in your 4. So all I can say is buckle up, buttercup. I've been through a few 4-year cycles. I'm not saying that they get easier, but once you kind of know what you are dealing with, you just kind of brace for impact and you just keep on moving. Do not allow the 4-year to get the better of you. The 4-year is here to show you what you're really made of. Michelle, what you got? What you got?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I need a drink now.
Oh Lord.
I can't even drink. Yeah, I mean as you were talking, I could have just I did. I was over here saying, yep, ditto, yep, just change the names, tweak the story. Um, okay, so two things. Um, and I'm trying to, okay. So I'm trying to do the math in my head. I'm sorry. All right, so say 20, okay, 3, 4, 5. So my parents transitioned what, 22 years ago, 24, whatever. Okay. They gone, they out of here, right? So I was carrying for 20 plus years and had no idea. Like, well, no, let me not say it that way. I was carrying something, wasn't clear on what I was carrying, but our father made it real clear. He made it real plain. Um, and it's funny how he does what he does, because he actually did it through my 90s crew. That's what I call the ladies here that are 90. They are so funny to me. Because they be looking at me and telling me, you need something, let me know, and I'll do so and so and so and so. And I'm looking at them like, what? Okay, what did I do to deserve y'all? Anyway, so when my parents transitioned, the age that I am right now, today, right now, my father was a year older, my mother was a year younger. Now, you figure 20 some odd years ago, I wasn't thinking about that consciously. But I guess as time has gone on, and you know, thinking about them off and on, and paying attention to some of the lessons learned. I call them the lessons that you learn that you don't really get until they've transitioned, because they can't teach you certain things while they're still here on this side of eternity. That's just my take. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so recently, probably within the past, I'm gonna say at least month, it was brought to my attention. I was like, oh my goodness. And because I had this feeling of uh the only word I can think of was depression. Like, what is wrong with me? I kept saying, what is wrong with me? Like, why am I feeling so woo? Like, they didn't just, not to dismiss it, but they didn't just leave here yesterday. Why am I so, anyway? So we had that part. And so I'm going to call it not break, I had to break through, press through, not push through. I had to press through, because that feeling was like, it was like, um I'd never experienced that before. Or so I had that part. Then I had the part of dealing with the physical last 30 days stuff. I am happy to praise the Lord on this side of eternity, happy to declare his goodness, and and say there is no cancer in my stomach or my colon. Hallelujah.
Mm.
Because they was hunting, searching, pecking, looking. Yeah,
Praise God.
there's still stuff that I have to get done. Tests I still have to get done, because something is going on. But my body initially, I guess, what it was doing, the doctors, like it was the weirdest thing, Alicia. They all got on this. Okay, we got to test for this, test for this, test for this. And after a while, when you've been going to the same doctors for a period of time,
Mm.
you hear the conversation and the words that they don't necessarily say. Anyway, so it's been it's been a press through, press through not feeling well, press through not having an appetite, and that was the other things. A lot of the things I'm experiencing and was experiencing is stuff that I experienced when I first got sick. When I was on, chemo and radiation treatments, because you go through a lot of stuff, with that. But and I had to, press through. And don't call Leslie Montgomery and ask her, can somebody cover this call? Press through, you know what I'm saying? Press through all of it. Just keep going. Just keep going. Just keep going. Because you have to trust that the Father is, and He will. He'll let you know, no, you need to sit down. But don't just not do it, or I'm gonna say quit, or make an assumption. Well, I don't feel good. No, I promise you. I promise you that 6 p.m. call has saved me a day this past year. Just that
Amen.
call alone. Just that call alone. And what he did was he didn't give it to me in the same way. What he was giving me, a totally different way. And so when I became, more cognizant, Michelle, you're in a four.
Mm.
This is a breakthrough. Okay, so and like you said, okay, so what is it that I have been doing or have done or did in the past, or how have I been handling situations like this? Child, please. I'm like, Lord have mercy. So on top of all of that, I got another assignment. I'm the moderator for the Bible study here at the facility. Hello, somebody asked me, how did that happen? Asked me, was I asking for that? ask me. All I could hear was you, Alicia, saying, ask. So, people, what is it? When people search you out, when people knock on your door, I said, Lord, have mercy, Jesus. Because I wouldn't answer the question at first. I refused to answer the question. I said, I ain't answering that question. He said, okay. He said, okay, watch this. And he sent somebody, Miss Michelle, blah, 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 blah. And they started talking. And I was like, now I know you weren't in the room when I was talking with the Lord. Lord, have mercy, Jesus. Anyway, 4 is no joke. I agree with you. It will challenge you. It will, I'm not going to say push, pull. It's going to pull you. Because you're going to be, and I have been some days painfully aware of what my choices are. Like you can't skate and act like you don't know or don't understand or no. You're going to be cognizant. Okay, if I choose to do this, that'll happen. If I choose not to do it, that'll happen. Yeah, it makes you look at responsibility different. It makes you look at your um all of it, like your integrity, your obedience, your it's a big it's yeah, it touches on your character. That's it.
Amen.
Four touch I think for me anyway, it touches on your character. It touches on, are you really being who, not just who God has made you to be, but who you claim to be. It's like, oh my God, it's the inside and outside matching. At least that's been my experience.
Amen. 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 I'm so happy to hear that you pressed through, you broke through, and you are here to share your story. So thank you. Thank you so much, Michelle. I love it. Grateful. All right. So Michelle has confirmed year cycle 4 ain't no joke. It ain't no joke. It ain't for the weak. It ain't for the weak. Sydney, yes, ma'am.
Hey, I just had a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, I kind of forgot how I was going to word it, but basically, you were 5, I'm a 5, and with the year 4, how do you navigate as a year 5? Because we wired different, so that's why I wanted to ask that. Just that's the one question I wanted to ask.
Prayer, and fasting.
Oh, okay.
I mean, for me, being a 5 in that 4 year, I still don't navigate it very well. I've navigated better than I used, but we'll talk offline. We can talk offline.
Okay.
Good question. Good question. Roz, what you got? What you got?
I thought Erica was before me.
Oh, I'm not. Oh, I'm just looking at the screen.
I
so.
pulled my hand up last.
Oh, okay. All right. Erica, what you got? What you got?
Okay. I was not ready for what you said. That's number one. So I'm a life path 4 going into a year cycle 4. So when I sat here and I went back, because I'm going into a year cycle 4, and I went all the way back to 1996. And I put my year cycles next to each one of those years. And I went through and said, okay, God, what was happening in those years in the year cycle 4? Those were some serious times. And my heart dropped. But it wasn't anything the Lord hadn't already told me. He told me to get prepared for warfare for this year.
For this upcoming year cycle.
For this upcoming year. It was going to yeah. Put your war clothes on, strap up your boots, because you got to do what you got to do. Because year 3 has been great. Now, it's been one where I've had to use my voice a lot more and be very direct, but with, in a loving type of way. But to call a spade and really use my voice and stand on what I believe in and call out the stuff that I see, which I knew I was going to need it going into this upcoming year. So for all the intercessors out there, y'all pray my strength in the Lord, because I done printed off my paper and I got out my year cycle planner. Y'all still got these things for sale? Because I'm gonna need another one.
We might have one. I'll look and see. We might have one floating around.
Okay, because yeah. Okay.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We go pray your strength, Erica. You gonna be, but the beautiful part is that it's just a 12-month cycle. This too shall pass. So
it will, because I know who to call on. I think that's the thing. I know what tools I have in my tool bag.
Amen.
To use, because it's already kind of started with some stuff that's been happening that I've been seeing. So it's taken me to pray very differently going into this year. So thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Enjoy the process, I guess. Girl, I'm laughing now. I'm worried about my year cycle for Lord have mercy, Jesus. I love it. Thank you, Erica. Thank you. Thank you. Roz, what you got? What you got? Oops, you're talking. I can't hear you.
Hey, y'all. You're loved, appreciated, celebrated, valued, most cherished. I'm like Erica. I went back as far as I could. So it definitely makes sense. When you first talked about it, I didn't know to go from, I guess a fiscal year for us is our birthday to birthday instead of the January to the February. So I'm coming out of 4 and going into a 5. And I don't call this breakthrough, I call it break down and break up, because it's been really, really.
I'm not laughing. I'm laughing. I mean, I've been through the 4. I know, honey. I know.
You can laugh. It's been a lot. And then one of the things that I do own, because I didn't voice my birthday until meeting you. Like way back, like when I was little and kids, you got 2 birthdays, and I voiced that with you. So I'm really fine when I look at the cuffs of 4 to a 5, and then a 5 to a 6, and then I'm a 2 and a 3. All of it makes sense to me, where I just have to balance it out, and that's my choice, and that's what I do. So this part for the 4 and going back and reading the 4, and like Erica said, those were detrimental years, going back looking at losses and business deals and all kind of stuff, and just dealing. So this time though, the way I had to be still to get this last part, I had to intentionally go to replays, because one of the things of the breakthrough, the breakup, is that idolatry thing that it subtly just comes in. And if you're holding on to something and not allowing God to be first, you don't think you're that. But what's that line? Don't be so heavenly, blah, blah. Say it for me. You know how to say it.
Don't be so heavenly minded that earthly good, and don't be so earthly minded that heavenly good.
Yeah. So realizing that even though we're believers and we say we're Christians, we're disciples, we're vessels, blah, all of that, if we're not paying attention so many things can still slip through. You literally have to operate your temple as a Fort Knox, truly believing Matthew 6:33. Else you'll be having to cock the windowsill of your life. The playground, and today I didn't know that I was going to speak, but it was something you said, and you were sharing with one of the other peers that going to the other peer, and when you released me yesterday, they said, "Well, girl, you said it. You did that thing." Because usually it's like, Roz, we've had this conversation before, and that was gratifying to know that maturation is really taking place when you're intentional. But my intentionalities took place from illness all this year, so it was a different kind of stillness that that takes place. To be still doesn't mean you have to be weak and meek, but to be still is to be aware and really call out some things to yourself, being truthful to yourself, because he knows us. But can you have the conversation with the power team of three and just be real? So I'm going out of four. I'm calling it break up, break down. I have to own the breakthrough, but it just seems like I just, puzzle pieces. I had a puzzle up on the wall and it fell, and all the pieces came apart. So that's where I am. But I just want to say thank you for all that you do, and even the year that you started the books. I pray that you have one for my buddy Erica, because I think Erica, Tiffany Polar and I were talking about who came through from us meeting Tierra with you. So I never did my book because I was going through with my dad, but I still purchased my book. So I had already pulled it out, not knowing you were going to take us this way. And I said, you're going to write through this book this year. You're going to go through this and understand it, because even the first few years, I kid you not, I ain't go to that life cycle stuff because I was listening to what you were saying. It's like, I ain't dealing with that. I'm still dealing with the past. Talking about the cycle, the year cycle to do that. So I just want to say thank you. And I guess we can do it either way we want, right? Birthday to birthday, whatever works best for us, right?
Yep. You have to feel it for yourself. Yep.
Yeah, but I don't really want to do it from birthday to birthday, because that's the way I've been doing it. Because from getting asked, I'm like, what else is going to happen? Let me put on, like how the hockey player has they suit up, so I won't get hit.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, so that's where it is. So thank you, thank you, thank you for this, and blessings and blessed New Year to all y'all.
Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, we're going to run through these 3 comments, and then I'm going to take a break for about 10 minutes, and then we'll finish up. Okay. Sydney, Janelle, then Michelle.
Hey again. All right. Sorry. I started to reflect again. So, all right. I don't know if this is my wiring, but I am optimistic. I'll check in at the end of the year next year, let you know how I feel. But with the promotion coming up, well, not coming up, I'm already promoted at my job and stuff like that. I guess what I'm saying is like, okay, I guess with some of this from the year 4, maybe that'll be tested. Maybe I'll, be elevating more in a way where I can like be a true leader in more ways than one and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm not about to dive into whatever my last one was about because that was forever ago, but it was super crazy. It was ridiculous. So that's kind of why I'm a little bit more optimistic about this one because I got the tools and whatnot. So, um, that's it. Sorry.
I love it. No,
just wanted to say that.
No need to apologize. Like this 4 is worrying you. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. Janelle, yes, ma'am. What you got? What you got?
Hey everybody. So I was just sitting here reflecting on I'm a 4 going into a 5. So this year was definitely breakthrough. for me, but it's funny because I didn't, as it was happening, I wasn't like reading the the life cycle and all of that. Like I wasn't paying attention to it, but of course that doesn't mean that it ain't happening. But like literally January 1st, a situation happened and I was like, oh, like, and I'm like, it caused me to have to shift. And I feel like this year what God really was working with me on was fully relying on him. So not just, saying it and doing it sometimes, but like fully, like my event, like fully. I didn't even announce that event until November. That's crazy. Logically for me, that's crazy because I'm like, okay. But like for me, it was like, it just didn't feel like time. So just really for me, the breakthrough I think was really God allowing me to blossom in a way like I told you had this in you. Stop playing small, like stop, like just get out there, like get out there for real. Like don't get out there halfway, like just be out there. So I'm grateful. I mean, it was definitely some ebbs and flows and ups and downs, but I'm just grateful that the way that I was able to be supported through it has made all the difference.
Amen.
So I'm gonna go on mute because I'm about to cry. I feel it.
Oh Lord, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Thank you, Janelle. Thank you. All right, Michelle, what you got? What you got?
It's okay. You can cry if you wanna. Two things seriously, and Jay just took one of them. But number one, as rough or tough or whatever words you want to use as the four going through the four may be, the assignment, and for some people, put an S on the end of that. You don't retire from an assignment. Okay, we don't get to retire from an assignment. Now the father will tell you, okay, sit down, or redirect you, into how you're doing whatever you're doing. Um, so the assignment doesn't stop. The other thing is, as you're going through the four, you are going to become aware of how much you really are looking to him and relying on him. It's going to show up. You're going to find out, oh yeah, I am seeking him first. I am seeking him here. I am doing what I need to do to stay connected with heaven. So I just wanted to share that because those two things right there will it'll help you get through the bumps and the bruises, especially when you don't have a drink.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you for that guidance, Michelle. All right, everybody. So let's take about a 10-minute break and we'll come back and we'll resume. We'll do 5, 6. We have 5, 6, 7, and I kind of touched on 8, but yeah, 5, 6, and 7. All right. I'll be right back. Thank you.
Kiss you.
All right, so we're gonna pick right back up at the year cycle 5. So we've all pretty much determined that 4 is gonna be a beast. So buckle up, buttercups. It's gonna be all right. You're gonna be okay. So the year cycle 5 is actually a faster paced year, and the year cycle 5 is one where I like to think of it as a corrective year. So you have the opportunity in your year cycle 5 to make different choices. You have the opportunity if you're halfway through the process. So you've got 1 through 4 behind you and you have 6 through 9 ahead of you. So this is your opportunity to course correct if needed. And so the way that this one reads is like she uses the analogy of a highway. And so it's like you have all of these lanes. You have the slow lane, you have the fast lane, you have some exits. It's like a super highway. So the 5 is going to present you with a lot of different opportunities, a lot of different choices. This is the year where you really have to have great resolve as it relates to what you want in your life. Because if not, you can be swept away with all of the different decisions that can be made. So this is like your opportunity. The exit that you get off on, or the exits that you get off on in your year cycle 5, are going to be the ones that carry you through the rest of the 9-year cycle. And so you're going to be presented with a lot of differing options. Okay. And so you have to make powerful choices based on the direction in which you want to move. One of my year cycle 5s, because it was moving so fast, and I am a LifePath 5, so I'm used to a fast pace. I'm used to having to make decisions on the fly. I'm used to having to look at different scenarios and choosing the best one for me. So I'm used to that. But the year cycle 5 amped it up so much for me that this was one year that I ended up in the psych ward for like a whole week, because it just almost took me out, because the decision making was, how can I put it? I was not equipped enough to understand the power of my decision. So I got overwhelmed with all of the choices. So what do I mean by this? The year cycle 5 is one that gives you different scenarios. So the situation in this particular year cycle 5, was one that dealt with my marriage. And when I say you need to have great resolve, you need to understand what outcome you are looking for. You need to understand that whatever God says is what God means. You cannot take your eyes off of the prize, if you will. You cannot take your eyes off of what heaven has promised. This is your opportunity to really stand flat-footed in the decision that you have made. So if you stick with that decision and you continue to move in that direction, you're going to be fine. If you vacillate between too many different decisions, then you're going to have problems. So what did it look like for me? It looked like in the year cycle 5, at the beginning of this year cycle, God had told me that my marriage was healed. During the course of the year, different options presented themselves to have me think otherwise. There were a lot of different scenarios that came up and cropped up that had me thinking that, well, maybe my marriage isn't healed. Maybe this isn't going to work. There were so many different options. You have to choose the option that is most in alignment with God's plan for your life. One of the options was divorce. One of the options was separation. One of the options was not dealing with anything. One of the options, so I had like 3 or 4 different options. And you also have to understand that in your LifePath 5, in all of your year cycles, In the year cycle 5, you're dealing with people that are also in varying year cycles. So you have to be cognizant of the fact that just like you're dealing with the year cycle, someone else is dealing with their year cycle. So they're going to get what they need out of that situation, and you're going to have to get what you need out of the situation. So you cannot yield to another person's year cycle. You have to stand flat-footed on what you require out of the situation. So someone may be in a year cycle 4, you're in a year cycle 5, their assignment is breakthrough. So their process is going to look different than yours. Yours is about making powerful choices. So you always need to stick with what your year cycle is, and everyone needs to stick with their year cycle, and they're going to get what they need out of it. Now, the year cycle 5 is going to teach you, and this is the year cycle that taught me, and I consistently teach, do not quit another thing. The year cycle 5 presents you with a lot of choices to build up your stamina to become a very powerful decision maker. The year cycle 5 gives you the opportunity to understand that if God said it, you believe it, and that settles it, regardless of how many other options are presented to you. So the year cycle 5 is your responsibility to choose the lane that you want to be in and stay in that lane, and not go from lane 1 to 3 to 4, getting off the exit, taking the scenic route, getting back on, deciding here. A 30-minute trip could take 4 days without proper decision making. So the year cycle 5, gives you the opportunity to really sharpen your decision-making skills. And your decisions are going to help you spiritually, mentally, and physically. Because once you start to lock into the decisions that you know you need to make, then you're going to be able to settle down and really get into the work that is required. So the year cycle 4 gives you the opportunity to break through all of those limitations, perceived limitations, and the year cycle 5 affords you the opportunity to solidify your choice or choices. So this could be your year that you decide, I am going to get my finances in order. It is imperative. It's not even an option. You get the opportunity of a lifetime. Someone says, listen, you can get a loan for $500,000. And it's like, wait a minute, but I'm trying to get my finances together. And now this has come along. Does this even line up with what God has promised me? Or someone says, or you have decided, this is going to be my healthiest year ever. This is going to be what I need to do. This is what I need for my life. And then someone offers you the opportunity to, how can I put it? Take an all expense paid vacation, eat all the food that you want. You don't have to do anything that you don't want to do. And that just blows your discipline all out of the water. It's an option that has been presented to you. The year cycle 5 makes you responsible for your decisions. Now, the key with the year cycle 5 is that you can make any decision that you want to make, but you have to understand that that decision is going to alter the trajectory of your life. So sure, you're still headed in that same general direction. Before you were on a highway that was going to take 30 minutes. Now you decided to get off, and now this route is going to take you 4 years to get there. You're still headed in the same direction, but that one decision could delay you, derail you, or just totally turn you around. So you have to take the 5-year for what it is and know that this is the year that heaven wants you to become serious about how well you decide for yourself. And what do those powerful decisions mean for you? So change is part of the year cycle 5 process, but you have to be cognizant of the changes that you're making. Are these changes moving you closer to your blessing or further away from your blessing? So the 5-year is one that presents you with a whole lot of power moves. And it's based on the changes that you know need to be made. Changes, are you making changes because they're changes that need to be made? Are you making changes because you're trying to avoid something? Are you making changes because you're being influenced? Like the 5-year really helps you to understand why you're doing what you're doing. And so if you get too, how can I put it? If you get too caught up in other people's opinions and other people's expectations, the 5-year is going to be very difficult for you. So with that being said, the 5-year is an exciting year because it presents you with a whole lot of new opportunities, but how well you handle those opportunities is the kicker. So do you look at change as something that is, the choice, like so in the year cycle 5, sometimes you will make the choice and sometimes the choice will be made for you, but how well do you deal? How well do you adjust? How well do you keep moving? Does it derail you? Does it put you on the side of the road? Is it like a flat tire? Or do you adjust with the traffic? Do you allow other people to pass you? Like, how do you move in when things are moving fast? So the year cycle 5 gives you that opportunity to really help you to see what you're made of. So for me, for example, that 1 year, my year cycle 5s have not been ever as extreme as that year that I ended up in a cycle, because I didn't know what I was doing. It was just crazy. I was like, oh my goodness. But it took control of me. All of the decisions took control of me. And because I didn't know what to do, I just wanted to check out. Like, I don't even know what to do at this point. And that was not a very good decision. And that decision led to its own degree of consequences. But luckily and thankfully, thank God that God allowed me to rebound well enough from that misstep so that I was able to course correct. So course correction is a part of the process. So you may make a decision that you're not very comfortable with. So you get the year cycle 5 allows you the opportunity to course correct. So this is why you want to really pay attention to the year cycle 5, because you have the opportunity to make changes. And if that change does not work, you have the opportunity to course correct and to get back on track. So year cycle 5 is forgiving in the sense that if you are a quick study, you can say, oh no, I got off on the wrong exit. Let me get back on this highway and keep moving. So that is the beauty of the year cycle 5. So you will be presented with a lot of different opportunities that are going to be thrown your way. But the key is that you remain malleable in the hands of God. So year cycle 5 people. Frida?
I'm not a year cycle 5. I just want to give my testimony for being in year cycle 5.
Oh, from before. Okay.
Before. You're right. It's very fast paced. It's like very fast paced. And I remember when I had a one-on-one call with you, and some of us got together. We was at Linda's house, but I was a one-on-one call with you, and you would ask me how you coming along. Have you heard from the people for me moving? And I said no, I haven't heard anything. And then when I told you that my daughter and son-in-law are realtors, you got on me. You said, I need to come. If I need you, you would smack me. But because I had it right there, I had access to somebody gonna help me right then. So I did. After that, I started thinking. I went to my daughter and I started looking at looking for houses, looking to getting a house, an apartment, all that. And within that time, my brother called me. It was after Father's Day. My brother called me, and said he had a house. So during the year cycle 5, I got a house, I got a car, got money, I got all brand new furniture because he didn't like what I picked. What else I get that year? Everything so happened so fast for me. I had surgery that year, my knee surgery that year. So everything so happened so fast, like it really blew my mind. It totally blew my mind. But I appreciate it. I did appreciate it because that's where I'm at now. Because I didn't want to live back in
And
the.
was that the year that something happened on your job?
Yeah.
Or that was the year after? Was it
No,
that
it was a
year?
year something
It was
happened on
that
my
year.
job. I really, yeah, everything happened. Yeah, but um, very interesting because I didn't want to live back in the city. I told you that. I did not want to live in the city, back in the city at all. But when Lord bless you with a house, you'd be a fool not to take it. So it really helped me change my perspective and looking at things different and then accept the blessings that God has for you. Stop getting out of my own emotions of what I think, what I want, and just really putting your trust in God's hand. And yeah, I was really blessed, really blessed. So yeah, that's all I want to share.
Amen. Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Frida. Thank you for the insight. Kisha, hello.
Hey, good evening. I've been silly in the comments because I think I had 2 glasses of wine. That's enough. I'm cut off.
Uh
I'm done with the humor in the comments. But I just wanted to chime in because I'm just wrapping up a 5 year and going into a 6 year as a sixth. And this 5 year, like seriously, at the top of the 5 year, my business partner of 20 years resigned from our company that we started in 2003. And so it was literally a year of decisions and a year of decisions and like big girl, big woman, work. And I had to like really just lean in and trust God's process because it did not seem conquerable. There were so many times this year where a misstep would have had major consequence. So I was very quiet this year. I don't know if everyone here noticed, but my nose was to the ground this year. I had so much work to accomplish, and between yo-yoing back between South Carolina and New York, and being back and forth and just dealing with all the things, it was truly a test of um, reliance on what I knew and faith in what I didn't know. That was what I was balancing, meaning like I had to trust the process, but at the same time, trust that I had what it takes to be in the process. So it was not easy. And coming out of the 4 year into that, well, that 4 year was grueling because I was preparing for, I knew that my business partner was going to make this announcement at the top of 2025. And so preparing for that was the work that led up to that point. And so, and this year, what is crazy is that I made a series of decisions, including like moving people around in the company, promoting certain people, and really relying on people to do the work that they say they could do. And then this December, we just had the strongest enrollment period that we've ever had in the history of our company.
Wow.
And that was me as solo, you know, and I had never worked solo. And so that was a testimony of like just true grit and dedication. And then now as I enter this next season, like there's still work to do because there was a lot to clean up, and there still is because my business partner and I, we weren't each other's bosses. So we didn't always know what the other one was doing. So there was a lot to be revealed. Um, and so now, as we move into this next season, it's truly just I'm a 6 going into a 6 year. So it's so timely that like I'm going to be balancing lots of new opportunity and new growth with everything that has led up to this point. So it's exciting. You know, I'm a little bit trepidatious, honestly, because I struggle with balance. But it is something I'm looking forward to. But yes, you're right. These decisions matter. And and 5 is the pivot point for the next 5 years, for the next, so I'm looking forward to it. But thank you for this.
Thank
This is
you.
great. And thank you for being with me this year, all of you. I haven't contributed in ways that I wanted to. But trust I was there in spirit. The ground was just full of stuff. And so, yeah, but the navigation was real.
I love it. I love it. Thank you. Thank you for real time, real life examples. This is beautiful. And this helps us to understand that this year cycle stuff, you're not making it up. Like, this is when you put your finger on the pulse of the truth of the life that you have, you can identify this flow. And then it also helps you to also understand that this too shall pass. Like, if you can just get through these 12 months, then there will be a shift, not necessarily resolving everything, but just the intensity of the pressure. Like, that God does not treat us like the world. The world is like, you just got to keep pushing through. You got to keep pushing through to the point of exhaustion. God is like, rest is on the horizon. Just do what you need to do. Don't quit. And on the other side of this, you're going to be okay. So thank you for being a demonstration of what that looks like.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for taking one for the team. I love it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia.
All right. TT, what you got? What you got?
Good evening.
Hey.
So I'm a LifePath 5 and a year 5. So, I don't know. I think no, I don't think. I know I took the wisdom from hearing you say what all the years would be like. So I made sure that I didn't do anything too hasty. And I also was kind of anxious too. And then I just remembered like certain encounters I would have with certain people and just remembering what was said in order for me to make certain decisions. And I always, even before the work, I always say, if I ever fallen, will I be able to get back up? You know, that commercial says, you fall, I fall, and I can't get back up. And I'm like, I want to be able to get back up. So I always want to make sure that I'm making like the right decisions. And this year 5 has definitely gone really, really fast. Like literally, we were just in January. And now we're in December. And a few things that I've been able to grasp is my voice. My foundation is pretty solid of my identity, who I am, um, what my core values are, my moral compass. Like, I'm not going to compromise that any longer. Um, I deal in integrity. What my truth is may not be somebody else's truth, and that's fine. That's not an argument. Like, two truths can stand at the same time. We might put our clothes on the same way, but our DNA is not the same. Um, I want to be able to go to sleep at night, knowing that I've done what I'm supposed to do. But as long as I do it in kindness and care, like my words are very intentional, because from birth to now, I couldn't understand why words were like very why words affected me so much, you know. But words are what the words say. When somebody speaks it, they're supposed to land. That's like creative, creating your life, creating what is. And I definitely have accepted that everything that is said, it doesn't need to be received. Um, but I have learned what that looks like, how to go about it and not be defensive about it. Like I cannot control anybody else. I can only control me, you know, and just knowing what reaping and sowing is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this 5 year, this year 5 for me is like is interesting in the sense that it's my story. Like this is the first year 5 that I know because I didn't know before. And so now I'm just looking forward to closing it out effectively and not dismissively.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen. Amen. Thank you. Thank you, TT. All right, Denise. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So hey, good evening, everybody. This year cycle 5 thing was a blur because I didn't know that I was in a year cycle 5. I have thought all year long that I was in a 4. So I don't know when 5 happened. So I was asking at the beginning of the call, you know, if what's her name, Cynthia could look it up for me because for some reason I wanted to verify whether I was in a 4, and come to find out I'm in a 5. And 5 is freedom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And freedom didn't start. Now that and since the call has been on, since we've been on the call, I've had time to reflect about where exactly I am as it pertains to the 5 and how it's impacted me, or how I've interacted with my surroundings as a 7 in a 5-year cycle. And it's been interesting that the most powerful example I can give, I gave it the other day, of being free, and was being able to tell a friend that I've had since 2001 what I wanted as far as the expectation between them, or how I've been making things easy for them, and I'm not doing it anymore. I'm not doing it anymore. And they're like, well, I didn't even know. Imagine that. Nobody knows what's going on in my head because it's in my head. So there's that was very liberating. And then I have a relative that when we were on our cruise, I came, I was talking and was talking to the group, and actually, to tell the story, I came up to the group and made an announcement. It was talking, and in me talking to the group of at least 15 people, I was projecting my voice and making sure everybody heard. And she jumped like if I'd startled her and said, "Why are you so loud?" She didn't say it like that. She said, "Why are you so loud?" And I was like, I'm not being loud. What I am is projecting my voice so that everybody can hear me, because this is what I do, making sure everybody can hear me clearly. And she said, we're all sitting right here. I said, don't worry about it. Not a problem. I have not talked to her since July, because my mindset is I am not going to allow myself to be in an environment where I'm tolerated and not celebrated. So I don't have anything to say to you because I already know I'm a loud person. I talk a lot. I talk loud, and it offends you. So let me just be what I need to be over here, and you be what you need to be over there. And I didn't talk to her until November, because my cousin who adopted as my brother, I called him and he didn't answer the phone. And then he called me back and then said, oh yeah, such and such is on the call. And I was like, oh. And we talked about what the menu was going to be and this, that, the next. And she was like, did you delete me? Because I haven't seen you on Facebook. And I said, no, I haven't. I just am not as active as I used to be. I guess, I don't know. But no, I didn't delete you. And she used to get things from me. So the thing was, she's not used to not seeing me send her interact with her on Facebook or Messenger. So for her, it felt like I, blocked her or deleted her as friends. And it's like, no, that's not what happened. And that is liberating to know that I was able to be true to myself, even in that conversation with her, that I'm okay being to myself, by myself. And that's what it is. I didn't, and as I'm saying it now, I didn't tell her I'm not talking to you because this, that, the next. I could go further and tell her that, but do I really need to? I'm okay with interacting with her on the surface level if I have to, when I have to. And that's only at family gatherings because she lives, in Seattle and I don't have to talk to her. And it is what it is. And to think that I was in a year 5 and experiencing these things. Then there was the VFW, thing that I was let free of, and I felt like a runaway slave. It's like it's just interesting that despite whether you know what's going on, as you mentioned, things are going to be happening. It's whether you acknowledge it or not and how you interact with it that makes it easy or hard for you to live this life that we live on earth. And so I'm excited about going into the 6th. So I'm going to wait to see what you have to say about the 6th, to see what I'm, getting ready to embark upon, because in the end, at the end of the year, this year 5 has proven to be a true year 5 for me, life cycle 5 for me. So that's my share.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Yes. Your choices define you. So you want to make choices that are going to bring you life, bring you joy, and support, the decisions that you make. So I'm excited to hear that. So year cycle 6. This is when you start to pay attention to the year cycles, you can see and feel the ebb and the flow, and how some years God is like, you got to dig in. Some years you got to think. Some years are going to be just hard work. Some years are going to be slowing down. So heaven has everything covered. We just have to get into rhythm with it. So the year cycle 6 is once you do all of this work between 1 through 5, you make your decisions, you're solid with what you want to do. Now, here is the year cycle 6 to bring you balance and commitment. Like you want to be in the year cycle 6. There's a desire that you have now that you've made your decisions, now that you are solid in what you want to do. You got to be responsible for these actions. You've got to know what your responsibilities are. And it is all about loving what you do. It is about healing the parts of you that will prevent you from doing the best work that you can do, and being responsible for the role that you play. And so what does this look like? It looks like another slow year. The 6 is created to slow you down and to allow you another opportunity to really sift through your additional real responsibilities. So as you're entering into this 6th year, you're going to be presented with opportunities to help you to choose what is yours to do, what is God's to do, and what is someone else's to do. And you're going to be able to do it in a very healthy and balanced way, not feeling guilty when you don't do something that you have probably normally done before or always done. You're going to feel empowered to allow people to become responsible for their own lives. You're going to be, because of this piece that is evolving and like germinating and maturing in you, you'll probably find that people will be drawn to you for advice, for support, for just, people leaning on you. And you have to be strong enough to know when to say no, to allow others to really take full responsibility for their part, so that you can really learn to operate from love. So the year cycle 6 is about helping you to bring balance to your life through love. When you truly love what God is giving you to do, and you truly love the process, and you truly lean into all of the things that heaven is teaching you, you want the same thing for other people. And so this is your year and your opportunity to, in your marriage, allow the roles to really develop, in your parenting to be a more balanced parent, to allow your children to learn what they need to learn, in your career to delegate if needed, to only do the things that you need to do so that you can help everyone to take responsibility for their own lives. And that is like one of the biggest demonstrations of love that you can express in a year cycle 6, is helping people to take responsibility for their own lives while you take responsibility for yours. And so this is very important because the year cycle 6 comes right before the year cycle 7. So the year cycle 6 is setting you up to slow down and to start to really become reflective of what needs to be done in your life and what doesn't need to be done, because the year cycle 6 is going to like escort you into a year cycle 7 that takes you down a freaking rabbit hole of introspection. So the year cycle 6 gives you the opportunity to start handing off these responsibilities, because in your year cycle 7, you just going to be able to basically take care of yourself, if that, because you're going to have to sift through. If you think about it, the year cycle 7 is setting you up for your year cycle 8, which is your truth telling year. Your year cycle 8 is going to tell you the truth about everything you've been working on the previous year. So the year cycle 6 and 7 is giving you that springboard to prepare to receive what year cycle 8 has for you. So 6 is all about, it's like heaven is giving you the baby steps to releasing things, because you cannot take too many heavy responsibilities into your 7 year. So heaven is giving you the 6 year to help everyone in your life to be responsible, to become responsible for themselves. So does that make sense? I don't know who's in a 6 or who's going through a 6. The balance piece. Madeline, hey.
Hey, I'm in a 6. I'm a 6, but I'm a LifePath 7. So okay. The balance has been great. It started off with balance, especially in the workplace. Very beginning of the year, had to fire an employee. It brought balance when it comes to leadership. It's also ending in that way. Wow. Workplace, it has been great. When it comes to the responsibilities of others, I have found myself like if something is said or done, and it's like there's this piece of, nah, this doesn't have anything to do with me. This is something like, this is for you. Right. I'm on the receiving end of a projection or whatever it is that you're dealing with. And a lot of times I have found my approach to be rather nonchalant, in a sense of like, this ain't for me to carry. So do what you got to do. But I'm going to keep doing me, and I'm focused on myself. But then also like, well, what is it that this is supposed to teach me? Because regardless of whether somebody is projecting, there's still something that one can learn, but that is also just the 7 in me. Right. So I'm not going to say it was a slow year, because though this was a 6, there was so much as far as the global year cycle 9. I was around so much loss while also dealing with my own loss, and having to balance that grief, right, from the beginning of the year to the middle to the, it has been one of those that even in it and having to walk down that road and still traversing it, that's still also being one of the highlights for me because it was being able to really experience and see God's hand in all of this, and the beauty that he has brought forth with the revelations. There's also been a big pull um, for like spiritual balance, and getting to know him further. But he also brought balance even in like finances. So the 6 was cool. And just how like even kind of like speaking about it, that's kind of how I felt like with a lot of things. It's just like, all right, it is what it is, whatever that it may be, right? You go with the flow of everything. You know what's yours to carry and what's not. So
I love it. I love it. Beautifully said. Beautifully said. That sums up the 6. And thank you for mentioning the universal year. That plays a significant part in our life paths and year cycles. And one of the most important things is that you want to be so solid in your year cycle work that you're cognizant of what is going on in the world, but you're not overwhelmed by what is going on in the world, because we can't basically serve 2 masters. And so if you are, don't get so overwhelmed with what the world is going through simply because you are operating in God's economy. And that is an indicator that heaven has a different plan for you. So you always stick with the plan that God has for you. People that are not aware of their year cycles, this is where the confusion and the conflict comes in. There may be people in a year cycle that opposes what the world is going through. And because they are conflicted between how they're actually feeling and what is happening in the world, they could feel that something's very wrong with them. Like, I just don't feel like doing it. Like, you could be in a year cycle too. I just don't want, I'm just slowing down. I just don't. But then everything is moving so fast in the world. Things are happening here, and you could just feel out of sorts. And so this is why this work is so important, is so that you understand your place in the process. So thank you, Madeline, for sharing that.
And one thing you did, because you did talk a lot about, how you said there's that love. And so I did go a little deeper with the, like, when I say like a nonchalant attitude, that you can still do that in a way that is still loving, not so much nonchalant, like you don't care. It's just, hey, this is for you to carry and it's not for me. Do it in a loving way. By part of that love is the love for yourself, to not carry whatever it may be that has been said or done to you. And that helps when it comes to, like you said, it is a slower year. And being a 7, I look forward to the 7 year, just because I'm always in a constant state of introspection. But with that balance, it has helped to bring, I think it's going to help with the part of the 7 where it talks about your masculine energy, which is the spiritual side of the 7, versus your feminine, which is the more physical, and other things toward that as well. So
I love it.
It is still definitely done in love, but understanding that love, there's so many forms to love, right? So
I love it. I love it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And the year cycles teach you how to approach life in a very sober way, like a very, like, you can approach life with much wisdom when you understand year cycles, when you understand everyone is in a particular year cycle. When you put all of the pieces together, it brings you a calm, like a calm that a lot of people don't understand, because a lot of times people just don't take the time to understand. So this is your opportunity to really move powerfully in all of the circles in which you are a part of, and to really demonstrate what it looks like to understand the cycles of life. And this is what these are. These are the cycles of life. Everyone is in a particular cycle. And when you understand that, it makes life a lot easier because you know that this too shall pass. All right, so we're going to move on to year cycle 7, and then we're going to wrap it up with 8, and then we will be out of here. So year cycle 7, the inner voyage, a year of learning. So the year cycle 7, Madeline is excited about the 7 because Madeline is LifePath 7, and LifePath 7s, and every 7 that I have ever met to this date, I haven't met one, they are very cerebral, very how can I put it, just very knowing like what they want, how they want, they just have a way about themselves, and very how can I put it, in like an internal, they're very focused on the inner, like this says, the inner voyage. And that works well for a 7 because that's how they move. Now, if you are not a 7 and you enter into the year cycle 7, the first time I went through year cycle 7, I thought I was just going to really have to be on somebody's couch because I was in my head so much that I felt like a prisoner in my own mind because I was overthinking everything. Like it was just a weird space in my life. I have been in this space before, not understanding that it was a year cycle thing. And I was thinking it was a me thing. I was like thinking it was something wrong with me, but that is just the nature of the year cycle. It requires you, like this is heaven giving you the opportunity to really go within, to reflect on life, the decisions, because on the other side of this, whatever shakes out of this is going to show up in your year cycle 8, and it's going to present or represent back to you everything you've been working on. So heaven allows you this opportunity to really sit back and say, do you really want this? Do you really want this? This is everything you've been working on. Do you want this financially? Do you want this in your relationships? Is this the best that you can do? Is this? And those are the thoughts that happen. Like this cannot be everything. I know this can be better. And that's heaven getting you ready to make these final adjustments before your year cycle 8. It's like how can I put it? Like the final test, like you have those like, what do you call them? Like the how they prepare you for the test. Like this is the preparation. Like this is heaven giving you, like, get the answer. I want you to get the answer right. I want you to have everything that you need. I want you to break through this. I want you to do this so that when your 8 comes, you like, I'm ready for this. I'm excited about this. Yeah, I've been working on this. Okay, this is going to be out. I see why you had me in this space. I see, because heaven wants you to really take the time to reflect on everything and allow your emotions to do what they need to do to help you to understand the real truth of who you are. So no matter how perfect you thought your life was before, no matter how much of a handle you thought you had on things, heaven is sifting it out one more time to make sure that everything that is refined and it comes out like pure as gold. That is the goal of the year cycle 7. But it can make you feel like you're crazy before it breaks you free. It can make you, but that is the nature of it. It's heaven's opportunity for heaven to stretch you, for heaven to mold you, and for heaven to prepare you for what is to come in your year cycle 8. So the 7 is another, if you're not a life path 7 and you're not used to being very introspective, and you're not used to like thinking and rethinking and reviewing and going over things again and again, it can be challenging. It may feel like you're second guessing everything, but heaven is giving you the opportunity to do what you need to do for you so that you can make the best decisions based on what heaven has reserved for you. So prayerfully, this makes sense as it relates to the 7. And if I can, I was going to say, Trina, can I share something? Y'all, this 7 tore Trina's butt up. Okay. It tore her up. It tore her up. I ain't lying to you. But let me tell you something. Tonight, Trina broke through. When I tell you that I couldn't even, I'm over there, I'm kicking Mike. I'm like, oh my God, that's Trina. That's Trina. When I tell you 7 almost took her out. But the key with the 7 is that the 7 is preparing you. Without all of the things that happen in the 7 year, without all of the things that heaven presents to you, you won't know how well you've done. You won't know how powerful you really are. And you won't know until you get to the other side of it. And tonight I was able to witness Trina. She's still going through it, but she was on the other side of it. You could hear it in her voice. You could see it in her confidence. You could see it in how she moved. You could feel it. It was palpable in her transparency. That's how you handle a breakthrough. You don't let it tear you down, even though it feels like it's all consuming. You've got to show it who's boss. And I can honestly say she did that thing tonight. So thank you, Trina. I'm going to let Sandra go and then you go next. All right, Sandra.
Hello.
Hey.
Woo, you just freed me. I literally have been dealing in my head and thinking I was going crazy. I don't know if you read my submission.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things I said mentally about the overthinking.
Mm-hmm.
It has been a turmoil for me this whole year. But here's the thing, I had not read my year cycle in some months. And so today I started to read it, and it was talking about emotions. And I was like, oh my God, this, the things that I have been experiencing, it was all outlined in my year cycle. But I felt the shift around my birthday, which was December 4th, in manifestation.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, to bring understanding. This year has been a year of learning for me. I have learned so much, and especially within the group, because there was a lot of questions that I didn't know that I needed to ask or how to ask. But being a part of this community, the questions were given to me per se that I needed to ask, but didn't know how to do it or what the questions were, basically. But in that, I have learned so much. But that emotional part has literally almost, yeah, taken me out because I thought something was wrong with me. I was even beginning to think, like, am I about to lose it? And all I could think about was myself. I can barely do things for myself. I couldn't understand it from a natural perspective. Spiritually, on the inside, I know who I am. I know what I'm capable of. I know what I can do. And there's no doubt that it can be done. However, um, that mental was draining physically for me. And so now I do understand the power of mental stability, emotional intelligence, and that's something right around October, November. That's been my focus. Is it's just kept coming to me, emotional intelligence, to learn it, to really embrace it, to learn about it. So that's on my board for me, and my focus for this year is to really study that out, because again, I have to understand how to embrace my emotions, how to control my emotions. Um, so I'm just excited now because I just felt the lift that, hey, I'm not losing it. It was part of my year cycle. Although I got it at the end of the last quarter, but I got it.
You got it. You got it. And you know, Erica's your girl with the emotional intelligence. And I
Yes.
think I'm gonna put Madeline in charge of all of those going through a year cycle 7, because she's like, oh, I'm looking forward to it.
Listen.
We gonna need you, Madeline, because oh my God. She's like, oh,
I
I'm looking forward to this.
I will be praying for you all.
I love it. I love it. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you for sharing that. All right, Trina.
Hey, beautifuls. So I'm I'm sitting here when you started talking about the nine and how like the nine almost took you out, and I'm sitting here like I have to brace for impact because seven has felt like it's going to take me out. So if I get the nine, it's like, oh Lord, what's going to happen? But this has been um a very eye-opening year for me. And like the heaviness really started, I probably think in September, and I was going back to like just my journaling. And like the heaviness really started hitting in September, where it was like feeling the heaviness, what felt like loneliness, just like darkness, and I couldn't understand it. And you had talked about your year cycle. And I'm like, well, if the seven is supposed to be having me go down deeper into the introspection and figuring all that out, I'm like, well, what am I missing as a three with the communicator? Because I've always been in my head, but this felt different. Like this wasn't there was a lot of self-doubt. There was a lot of, can I do this? Can I do that? Oh God, did I hear you right? Like I question everything. And to like question everything, but can't really find an answer because I'm just like, well, God, I thought I heard you say, like the back and forth. And I felt like I was on a yo-yo. Like I got one foot in the door, one foot out the door. I'm done. I'm tired. I can't do it. And then, I get to events like tonight and it's like, okay, God, I know what I'm supposed to do. I know what you said, but that mental tug of wanting to run, but knowing I can't run because of what I know he told me to do. It's like something has to break. Like I have to find a way through this. And when you talked about tonight, like everything that I'm working on in seven is gonna come out at eight. Do I really want this? I'm like, could I have not heard her say that at the beginning of the year? Because then as I was experiencing it, it would have made me like, oh, do I really want that? Like that's the stuff I could have been sitting with. So it's kind of like, well, I only got a couple more days to the end of the year. Now I got to go back and rethink about everything and start because you can't got to close the year out. I'm like, okay, what's my year supposed to close? How does that close out look? So it has been a heavy year, but it really has showed a lot about me and how when you think you know who you're supposed to be, God is like, that's not quite it. Let's make this adjustment. Let's redirect, and now let's go this path. So
I love it. And that's the one thing about this work that is so humbling is that I don't take anything personally. And I'm just like so excited. Like they're so I was like, I don't think Trina likes me real a whole lot right now, but she gonna be all right. I don't even care. I be laughing. I be getting out so calls because you can hear like Trina she'll be upset. I get off those calls cracking up because I'm like, oh, she mad. She go, oh no, and I'm like, she gonna be all right. You gonna be okay. But the beautiful part is that you allow your emotions to do what they need to do. And that is the beautiful part about it, is not to stay in it. And that's why we do this work in community. So you can be who you are, say what you need to say, feel how you need to feel. There's more room on the outside. Now you can move on. Your response time. Now, this is powerful because we've been doing this work together for about 3 years, 4 years, three. Yeah. Your response time is so much faster now. In the beginning, I was like, I don't know if she's going to come out of this. Now, you say what you need to say, you do what you need to do, and you move on. Tonight was an example of that. That was so powerful. And if you're wondering how this year is going to end, powerfully, because that was a power move that you made tonight. So you don't have to worry about all of the things or how this year went, because that action trumps everything else. You showed up, you said what you needed to say, you did it authentically. Now you're free. So you rejoice, you clap for yourself, and you look at your own damn self in that mirror and you say, I did that.
Okay.
I'm so proud of you. I am so proud of you. So proud of you. So thank you, Trina. Thank you. Thank you for being a product of the product. Whew, Lord have mercy. Yes, you can now say, even in this, there's beautiful. My God, my God. Madeline, you had your hand up, my dear.
Oh, yeah, I did. I wanted to say, like, with the 7, it's when you approach everything from this constant state of, I'm going to have to live my way into the answer, that allows you to have to take on the emotional and mental toll that comes with the 7. Let me live my way into the answer. And when you do that, now whenever I do that, it's like this constant state of surrender. Like, God, I got to give this to you. And I know that I'm going to live my way into the answer, and the revelation, the clarity is going to come to the confusion or what is not making sense, like the math not mathing. And when I find myself just finally sitting in that and resting there, then I get the answer so much sooner. I cross that finish line. I get to the other side faster. But then that's like this constant state that I take into every year cycle. Even though some of them I'm kicking, screaming, and we doing this back and forth. And I don't ever, sometimes it takes me halfway. It's always like where I'm having these conniptions, and it's halfway when I finally like, all right, let me just sit in this, and then all of a sudden everything starts coming. So I would say not just for the year cycle 7, but in every year cycle, even for the other life paths, sit with, let me live my way into the answer. Then the clarity, everything that God wants to get to you starts to come a lot faster, because with that also comes the rest.
Amen. That was good. That was real good. Thank you, Madeline. You gave me an idea. Maybe I should have actual life path people talk to the year cycle people. Like Madeline is a 7, but talking to the people in the year cycle 7 to give even deeper insights as to what you're feeling, what you're going through. How does it feel to live this way all the time? So like me living a life path 5 and you being in a year cycle 5, I can give you deeper insights as to the the entire process so you can understand more how to navigate that. So thank you, Madeline. That was that God just gave me that idea as you were speaking. So thank you. So I volunteer Madeline for the sevens. All right, thank you. I volunteered you. Yeah, I did. All right, Trina. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I just had a quick question. Is there a place where if we wanted to know how our years, wait, I'm gonna say it wrong, our life path number interacts in the year cycle or the year number with, just so like I know going into the 8, how as a communicator what does that look like? And I know that's what you're just talking about with Madeline's thing, but I'm just wondering so I can start looking at that, because I know, like, Sandra and I are going into the 8, and Alicia too. How does that all impact us, because we're all different year and life path numbers?
And so one of the ways that you can look at it is based on so for me, for example, going into my year cycle 8, I'm constantly seeking the freest way to get through it. Like my journey is experience and freedom. So my process through the year cycle 8 is going to be like, how many experiences can I have? Like how am I manifesting experiences in this year? How am I manifesting freedom in this year? So for you with the year cycle, with the life path 3, how are you manifesting your communication? Like how is your communication manifesting? How is your expression manifesting? So it's going to look like what you need it to be. So you need, as a 3, to be able to communicate. Like your manifestations will be more in the form of how things are expressed to you. Maybe how well, like in your relationship, how well do you and Andre communicate? Like how has that manifested? How are your clients responding to you as it relates to beautiful? Are people receiving your message? Like, oh, people are actually getting this. People. So you're going to look for the versions of the manifestation that you need, if that makes sense. So that's one way to look at it. But we'll go. That's a good question. So we'll put that down as a discussion as well, so we can walk through that. Okay, so now we're at the 8. This is going to wrap us up. So year cycle 8, Lord Jesus, I am ready for this one. Manifestation. This is your truth telling year. This year is going to help you to see everything that you've worked on well or things that you have not. It's not a year to make you feel bad. It's just letting you know this may need more work, or this is good. So you may be feeling the pull of the 8 now. For me personally, I am definitely starting to feel the pull of the 8 because of the experiences that I'm having now. The freedom, more of the freedom that I'm feeling now. And what does this look like? So for example, one of the manifestations that is coming to pass now, like one of the projects that we worked on, it's like the journals and this part of the process. So seeing what that looks like and experiencing that entire process and seeing it come through to fruition is exciting. Like that's fun. Like I was just like, okay, manifestation, seeing the fruits of your labor, whether you've done the work or not. So for example, one of the things that I'm experiencing as it relates to this year cycle 8 is like the relationship with our son. Like this is probably the best that we have ever gotten along in his entire life from birth. Okay. And so this is a manifestation of the work that we've done spiritually, mentally, and physically. So those are just a couple of examples. Manifestation, what's going to come to pass in your year cycle 8 is as personal, once again, as your DNA. If you have not done the work this year, then your expectations should, or this, over the years, your expectations should not be that, oh, poof, magically everything is going to happen. A lot of times people want to skip through all of the work and be like, oh, this is an 8, like everything wonderful is going to happen. That is not the case. Everything that you've worked on is going to start to reveal itself. So, for example, with you, Trina, with all of the beautiful work that you've been doing, you're going to start to see the manifestation of what you've been building over, this time period, as it relates to the adjustments that you've had to make, as far as the financial adjustments, the adjustment with the new career, all of these things, and how well you have adjusted those. You're going to start to see the manifestation of that. You're going to start to settle into the truth of who you are. The 8 allows you to settle into the truth of who you are. The excitement of who you are, like that is going to permeate everything that you do. So the year cycle 8 is, it's almost like, how they say, like in computer terms, junk in, junk out. So if you put junk into the work that you've been doing, then you cannot really have powerful expectations. But if you have done the work and you have been following what God has been telling you to do, then you can expect things to work out in that way. Now, the key is that you've got to manage your expectations. And you have got to understand that heaven, like Kisha says, heaven has editing powers. Okay. So you may want something to look a certain way, but heaven will modify it to make sure that it is exactly what you need. And so you don't want your expectations to be out of alignment with God's will. You don't want to, how can I put it? Think higher of yourself than you should. You shouldn't be like, I deserve this. Why do you deserve this? Not just because you're breathing or just because you feel like you should. Your expectations should be in alignment with what heaven has for you. And so you're going to have to really be sober in your understanding of what is realistic for you. So for me, for example, expectations in business. Okay. So for me, I can't have expectations that I'm going to have a $50 billion company and I'm going to have all of these employees and I'm going to do all of these things. I haven't worked for that. That is not a desire that is realistic for me, because previously I have not focused in that direction. Now, what I can expect is new people crossing my path, people that are more in alignment with the assignment that I have. I can expect, how can I put it, authentic growth. I can expect realistic expectations that are going to put us where we need to be. And so I can be excited about that. And so you have to be very sober in your understanding of what you can realistically expect, and take your ego out of the equation. And this is also, you have to understand that your success is your responsibility. Your manifestation is your responsibility. You are receiving the benefit and the reward because you have done the work. Okay. And you also have to be realistic that the year cycle 8 is also one that is a very humbling number. It's a very humbling year cycle because it's going to show you exactly how powerful you are and where this power is coming from. If your power is built on manipulation, coercion, just being a bully, that is not going to fare well in this year cycle. So it is all about operating from a place of sincerity, understanding the truth of who you are, and understanding that there's absolutely no competition in God's economy. No one in your year cycle 8 has to be diminished in order for you to increase. So your year cycle 8 is built on the love that you have for the work that you're doing, the assignment that God has given you, and your willingness to work in collaboration with heaven to receive everything that you desire. So be excited about the year cycle 8, but also be sober in your understanding of what you have put forth by way of effort. There is no reason why I should not expect God's consistent blessing on my life when I am consistent with God. So if you are getting up, you are doing the 4:30 calls, you're doing 5 a.m., you're doing your forgiveness work, you are doing all of the things that heaven is telling you to do. And then let's take Madeline, for example, because she shared this on one of the calls. And if you don't mind me sharing about your like financial balance or whatever.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So Madeline I know personally, Madeline has been doing the work with me since our paths crossed. I got the Zoom calls and everything. Madeline, honey, in the beginning, Madeline was giving me the blues. She was like, I mean, she has embraced like the truth of who she is. Like when I tell you, Madeline loves Madeline as much as I love Madeline at this point. Madeline is just like, she has done the work. And she is consistent with the work, and she is sincere about the work. So when she shared on the call that, financially some good things had happened to her, I'm like, of course they should. Of course these things should. That just makes perfect sense, because you're doing what is required to be done. And if God does it for you and you are a demonstration of what that looks like, then God will do it for any of us. So we have to be sober in our understanding that God loves us so much so that heaven wants us to win. Heaven wants us to win. And sometimes it even looks like when we're losing, we're winning. In God's economy, we have to learn to surrender our expectations and always do what heaven needs us to do. And your year cycles are almost like your report cards. It's like your celestial report card, so that you know what adjustments need to be made from year to year, so that you maximize the best outcome for you. So prayerfully, this review was good for you. You got some questions answered. Please, like I said, we did not have the time tonight to read through all of these year cycles, but you can. Okay, we're on break next week. Take your time, get your pens, get your wine like Kisha had. Maybe not so much the wine. That may make things a little foggy for you. Get the beverage of your choice and take notes and work through this and finish this year cycle strong. Next year, we're, organizing. Things are going to be more organized. Cynthia is more on top of me and all of that. So we will make sure that the life path and the year cycle work is consistent and that you will have everything that you need. Once again, we are opening up the Skool community for the year cycle life path work. If you want to be moved into that community and you're full circle and above, then please let Cynthia know and she will add you to that. We do not add anyone to any additional communities without your consent. Okay, so if you're not in the community, then you need to ask and make sure that you're placed in there, because we want to do everything decently and in order. So there will be an established LifePath year cycle community. If you are not in one of the other communities that affords you the opportunity to be a part of that, there is a nominal fee that is associated with that Skool community. So you can check with Cynthia to see what that is. I want to say there's so many prices floating around right now. I think how much is that one, Cynthia? Don't even remember. Anyway, check with Cynthia. I don't want it. $12 a month. Okay. It's like $12 a month for that one. So if you're not in Full Circle or the other community, then you can join us in the Life Path Year Cycle community for $12 a month, and you will get the weekly recordings. You will have the conversation, the dialogue, and we will make sure that you get the information that you need so that you can move through this year's cycle powerfully. So thank you all so much for spending your time with me this evening. I know this has been a long day for a lot of us here on this call, but thank you for hanging in there. Rest well, sweet dreams. We are on break next week. Okay. Once again, don't text me, don't call me, don't look in my direction. We will be back online January 5th for the next challenge, which is the forgiveness challenge. We do have physical journals for the forgiveness challenge. So if you're interested in one of those, so you have it in time for that challenge, please reach out to Cynthia. We are also closing out our registration. December 31st ends registration for SLE for the Elevate community. So if that's something that you're interested in, then please reach out to Cynthia for that. The one-on-ones, the special that we're running, three 30-minute one-on-one sessions, 3 for the price of 2. I think that's how it is. That ends on December 31st. That one is a hard deadline, okay? Because I don't halfway want to do these one-on-ones anyway, but God is requiring me to do them. So if you want those, then book your one-on-ones by December 31st at whatever time, whenever December 31st ends, that is when the deadline is. So we will not be extending that one. Okay. So go ahead. Once you book it, then I'll open up my calendar and we'll get those scheduled. So it's 3 sessions for the price of 2. You may want to do one every quarter, however you want to do it, set it up in the way that is most beneficial for you. And then we'll go from there. So you can, however many sessions you want, go ahead and get it after the 31st is gone is gone. So I love y'all so much. Thank you for everything that you contribute to this community. I pray that, Cynthia and I are, able to serve you in the way that you are, that meet your expectations. In 2025, we pray that that was the case, and we look forward to doing the same again in 2026. We love you all so much. Have a good night, and I'll see y'all in the new year. Have a good one.